Ahora ya está.
¿Estoy bien?
Sí. Debes la dirección, sí.
Lo podemos hacer entrando en la página web de línea.
Vale.
Que
Está
salga
tomando la
el-
foto y haciendo, pero más fácil.
Dime.
Sí, más fácil. Sí, es que es claro. Sí, porque está tomando la foto, pero formato vertical, tendría que dar.
Sí, te queda mío, sí.
Jornadas periodísticas. ¿Han trobo?
A ver,
Sí, sí.
no tenía un nombre.
Ya, una es natural. Esto me toca hablar con el nuevo.
name is Ecology, director to Lazaretto. Thank you for coming to Menorca, and I hope you enjoy this place, very important and interesting with this Lazaretto. My English is very good for speaking with people, but speaking in or catalán en Spanish. Buenas tardes, estamos aquí en el Lazaretto. Bienvenidos a todos. Espero que disfruten de estas jornadas en un espacio tan importante y para Menorca y para todos nuestros visitantes como es el Lazaretto. Como pueden saber, es una fortaleza sanitaria que se empezó a construir en el siglo XVIII y no entró en funcionamiento por varias razones hasta principios del siglo XIX. Estuvo funcionando durante 100 años, también para el tema de las pandemias, que es lo que estamos estudiando ahora. Y estuvo funcionando durante 100 años justos, desde el 1817 hasta el 1917, donde las nuevas características de las enfermedades nos dieron a saber que los mosquitos que vivían en el puerto de Mahón picaban a los enfermos que luego transmitían las enfermedades y dejó de tener el uso que tenía esta fortaleza sanitaria. Cabe que hubo momentos en que hubo más de 2.000 personas en la isla y que solamente en 100 años murieron 403 personas. Entonces funcionaba bien el recinto. Solamente esta pincelada de historia, porque sí que mañana tiene una excursión con el guía oficial del Lazaretto que se habla perfectamente inglés. Entonces les voy a explicar toda la historia del Lazaretto. Y bueno, nada más, como ya he dicho, la bienvenida en nombre del Consejo Insular de Menorca, de la presidenta y del consejero de Medio Ambiente responsable del espacio. Muchas gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes. So it is a pleasure to welcome you here as well as the scientific coordinator of the Menorca Institute of Studies to the 11th edition of the Spring School of the History of Science and Popularization, which this year takes place, as you said, here in Lazaretto, one of the most impressive Lazarettos of the whole Mediterranean, and really a very symbolic venue to accumulate this edition devoted to pandemic past and pandemic futures. I must confess that this is really a special occasion for me because several years ago I was sitting really on the other side. So as a PhD student on the history of science, I was at the time, so 2009, 2011, and at that time I could not imagine to be presenting in the future as I'm doing now. So an edition of the Spring School as a scientific coordinator, as I said, of the Menorca Institute of Studies, and also close to Isaac and close to Alvar Martinez from the Catalan Society of the History of Science and Technology. And some of the professors I had when I was studying the Master in History of Science in Barcelona, so this is a pleasure and really an honor for me to be here presenting this edition of the Spring School. And so as you can imagine, so I'm really glad, both as a historian of science and also at the institutional level, for this long and strong collaboration between the Catalan Society for the History of Science and Technology and the Menorca Institute of Studies, which has made it possible that the Spring School for the History of Science and Popularization takes place every 2 years since 2001, bringing, so many years, bringing together such a number of specialists and young scholars from all over the world to face the current challenges in the history of science and popularization I'm doing here in Menorca, so making of Menorca a place for scientific exchange. So this is a really important thing. So I hope that there will be many other editions to come with this collaboration and contributing to spread this conviction that the history of science is not only a matter of the past, but about how to understand the past from the present and how we project as well the future, which will be the underlying idea of these 3 days of discussions. So, before finishing, I would like to thank Alvar Martinez and Alphonse Tarfoso from the Catalan. So here we have Alvar Martinez from the Catalan Society for the History of Science and Technology for this collaboration for the spring school, for the steady support in the organization. And I am also very thankful to the 3 organizers of these editions, Celia Miralles, Francisco Javier Martinez, and Kim Nasser for their great initiative and having put together such an exciting program. Also to the communication team of the school for the great job led by Julia Massot and Sia Letea from both institutions, and to the administrative team of the Minorcan Institute, Clement Garcia and Sonia Sintes, who are here, who have been taking care of countless details in order we can have a pleasant and productive stay in Menorca, and we can concentrate really on the pandemic's past and pandemic futures. And last but not least, so I would really thank to the Menorcan Council, so represented here by Isaac for Olives, for having given us this great opportunity to have this wonderful Lazaretto as a venue for this school, and of course to the whole team of the Lazaretto. So, I wish you a very enjoyable and productive school, and I hope we see you again in many other editions in the future. So thank you very much.
Epidemiology for years. Organizers are Kim Bonastra, who working at the Lleida University, Francisco Javier Martinez, the University of Zaragoza, and Celia Miralles Boyo, the Strasbourg University, who belong to the Quarantine Studies Network. On this occasion, the Spring School is not going to be held in Mahon, as usual, but in the Lazaretto, on an island, inside an island. I hope you profit from this moment of isolation to maximize your meetings, seminars, workshops, posters, etc. in this old building. I ought to say that the Catalan Society for the History of Science has a journal entitled Actes d'Història de la Ciència i de la Tècnica, which publishes articles and news in English and also in other Western European languages. Of course, It's an undisguised way of inviting you to send us papers, especially those originated from this school, in order to be published in our journal. So, on behalf of the Catalan Society for History of Science, especially our president, his absence because of his teaching, welcome to this school. Why not to say this beautiful and peaceful island.
It's my turn to talk. So, buenas tardes, good afternoon. Welcome all to the 11th edition of the Spring School of History of Science and Popularization that takes place this year, 2022, in this most special venue, the old Lazaretto of Naum. Probably the most important quarantine facility ever built in Spain and one of the most important in the whole Mediterranean. After 2 years of preparation, since April 2020, as Alba has said, and 2 attempts in May and November 2021 that had to be cancelled due to the sustained threat of this global pandemic of our times, the COVID-19, we are finally meeting here today in person. At least most of us, because some presenters couldn't make it finally, both due to direct and indirect effects of the pandemic. So I'm speaking on behalf of the organizing committee of the school, so it's been said as well in Bonastra from the University of Lleida, Celia Miralles Will of the University of Strasbourg in France, and myself, University of Zaragoza in Spain. The 3 of us, as all of you, have been through a lot of things during these 2 long years, and that is why it's such a pleasure to be here in person today. So we thank you, guest speakers, oral presenters, poster presenters, communication team, grant holders, academic colleagues, local organizers, and the general public. Thank you for coming to Maun and attending the school. I have more thanks to give, but I will be a bit shorter than because Marta has already mentioned many people. But I have to mention, of course, the Catalan Society for History of Science and Technology, which is the main sponsor of this event. And especially the Society's former president, Alfonso Tartoso, could not make it here today, but has been the driving force behind our involvement in this project, and also behind our reorientation of the school towards a training for young scholars event. So thanks very much to him, and also to Alba Martinez, Professor of Medical History at the University of Valencia, who has given us a lot of impulse for the organization of the meeting with his usual energy and kindness. So the Society has funded a number of young MA students that you will meet during these 3 days to join a communication team, so to help us reach the general public, under the guidance of Julia Massot, also head of communication in the Catalan Society, or to attend the school and participate in its activities. So thanks to the Institut Menorquí de Estudis, Clement Garcia, Marta Jordi, help us a lot. And thanks to the Consejo Insular de Menorca for giving us the chance to hold the meeting here in the Lazaretto, to the Mount Town Council and the Sala for the use of the Sala de Audiencias tomorrow for the artistic workshop. And also thanks to Viajes Mahon, Janet Lansing and the earth, they are still helping us with all the travel and accommodation issues. And thanks to Herman Campos and technical team here on site. So I mentioned COVID-19, the global pandemic of our times. So do we still remember? Or has it just been confined to the back of our memory by the present war in Ukraine? So when the world could be heading towards a potentially global nuclear conflict, why should we care about the pandemic anymore? Did not such oblivion already occur a century ago with World War I and Spanish flu? This could very well happen again, but whatever history may bring, the theme of this school, pandemic past, pandemic future, wants to reclaim and love the sustained historical relevance of pandemics before, during, and after COVID-19. This would be a first direct message to the young scholars attending this meeting. The study of pandemics from a human and social science perspective is important for a better understanding, not just of the realities of medicine and health, but also of society, economy, politics, or culture at large. Pandemics have been a central element in medical history since the establishment of the discipline as such in the 19th century, and they will continue to be. For they provide medical historians a useful tool to make room for themselves within the general community of historians, and also to reach the larger public. A second message would be the following. Despite cancellations, this school does not arrive late. In spite of the substantial number of academic publications during the last 2 years and the incredible volume of history-related media, news, and social media interactions, the main task for medical historians is yet to be done. To elaborate novel approaches to fabricate tools for a new understanding of pandemics. This school tries to be step, whether wise or misguided, you will judge by yourselves in that direction. In this sense, we should start by acknowledging in an exercise of self-criticism that the historiography produced during the COVID-19 acute phase, especially during this first year, has been affected by similar problems of quality as those affecting scientific and clinical research. And you have probably heard about a number of articles published in high-impact biomedical journals such as The Lancet or Nature or the Journal of the American Medical Association that had to be retracted because of their non-compliance with basic methodological or ethical standards. About the negative consequences derived from unrefereed preprint papers that jump to the media and influence decisions on sanitary policy and research funding. About the excessive focus of researchers on drug therapies such as hydroxychloroquine or remdesivir, instead of assessing the impact of simple preventive measures such as mask wearing. With more modest production and much less public impact, we historians have also indulged in low-quality research during the pandemic, an excess of expert opinion over original investigations, opportunistic compilations on epidemics and pandemics without the logic of selection behind them, the lack of theoretical innovation, the temptation of repetition and self-repetition. This situation has really changed in 2021, among other things because of the much lower urgency and anxiety towards the pandemic, which was a completely unknown and unmanageable disease. More valuable contributions have seen the light, and we want to join that trend in this school. We know this is not a purely scientific conference, rather a scientific training event, as I said, but it has nevertheless been conceived with a scientific program in mind, one which tries to explore some new paths in the humanistic study of pandemics. That program is behind our decision to combine historiographical, archival and memorial, and artistic perspectives. It has oriented us in the invitation of guest speakers and artists, in the selection of contributions for the workshops and poster session. And we hope it also serves as a general frame for debates and discussions. So I'm going to explain a little bit this program, the scientific rationale of the school, in the second and last part of this opening address. So we have this general theme of pandemic past, pandemic futures, which was drawn from various sources of inspiration. On the one hand, more directly from the experience brought about by COVID-19 of the end of Western exceptionalism regarding outbreaks of infectious diseases. So, although medical historians have been long claiming that the utopias of 20th century eradication was not sustainable, and that the 1970s scheme of the epidemiological transition was questionable, although experts in public health, epidemiology and infectious diseases have been warning about the potential emergence of a pandemic striking the global north, it has taken COVID-19 to confirm these insights for society at large. Now, a future with pandemics, heightened to a barely imaginable possibility, lies open before the Western public eyes. And it is our opinion that the anticipation of that future should not be just left in the hands of mathematical modeling or molecular biology experts. We historians, equipped with our own historiographical tools, building on our own specific historical evidence, can and should deal with this future. We cannot but do so according to what was the second inspiration for this school, which is the well-known work of German historian Cholera, especially his book Future Past. In this book, Cholera claimed that actions and perceptions of the present are influenced by the tension between what we call experiences and expectations. Experiences, that is a structured mass of past events recalled by memory, and expectations, a prognostic of things to come, constructed by imagination. So these two elements will be inseparable. If the horizon of expectation changes, so does the ground of experiences. So following this argument, historians, when constructing new visions of the past, are at the same time proposing new visions for the future, though usually in implicit form. We believe the shock of COVID-19 should oblige us, medical historians, not just to revisit the past pandemics, but also to reimagine explicitly its future, so that we can provide an orientation for the public as other collectives of experts do. So this general theme of the school will be dealt with from three different but complementary perspectives, which we have termed sources, histories, and imaginations. So the axis histories, which I coordinate and which starts this afternoon, has aimed to translate the general theme of pandemic past and pandemic futures into a concrete historiographical proposal. There were many possible ones, of course, but I was interested in exploring temporal patterns. So I proposed the idea that we would be currently entering into times of the, so to say, a long period in which COVID or coronavirus diseases would stand as the defining malady of the age. This expectation of prognostic in causal sense would be coupled with a reinterpretation of the last 2 centuries into a times of cholera, around which there already exists a sort of consensus, in fact. But then the times of influenza, during the 20th century, which to my knowledge have not been yet suggested, but we have experts here to discuss this possibility. So from this large frame, presentations of workshop 1 are meant to illustrate the shift from the times of Cholera to the times of influenza. So we have 3 papers that will go through this moment of change, which, by the way, are all presenting case studies of extra-European localities, which is, I think, it's another value to this school. The second axis, sources, coordinated by Remedies, continues to explore this connection between past, present, and future pandemics through the anthropological question of sources. From the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have all witnessed numerous initiatives aimed at documenting the experience we are living through. Such initiatives have been faced with a profusion of data that contrasts sharply with the scarcity of sources that characterize many of the past pandemics. However, what is common to both cases is that researchers have to develop innovative strategies and techniques to process these sources and elaborate an historical analysis. So for past pandemics, it has been more necessary to develop a heuristic method to fill in the documentary gaps. And for the present one, the key question is to find ways to handle too much information. Something that has already led researchers to design collection strategies and to renew the scientific process. The third and final axis of the school, imagination, coordinated by Kim Monastra, will deal with the tribal chronology past, present, future in a speculative and creative way. The times of COVID will demand new ways of thinking about ourselves, new ways of being in the world, new ways of deciding who and what we refer to when we talk about this. So for this, we need to speculate and be creative. And one of the most fruitful ways of doing this are artistic practices. Thus, the artistic workshop in this school will undertake the collective creation of a work of art that will help us to imagine the future of pandemics, and more generally, the future of a society that may no longer keep them out of the picture as we expect. So after this, these are the main 3 workshops in the school, but then we have the last day, Saturday, we have more alternative sessions. So on the one hand, we have a poster session, and you may have look at the posters at the end of this room, which will actually be a standing oral session with excellent presentations that we only decided to group separately because they did not address the specific and precise topics we aim at workshop 1 and 2. But they all address the general theme of pandemics and epidemics, either from a medical history or science communication perspective. And finally, the school will close with a mentoring session in which our guest speakers will share the scientific and professional expertise with participants that find themselves in the early stages of their careers, either as master's students, doctoral candidates, or junior scientific communicators. So we will provide both our guest speakers and these young scholars with the necessary details during the school. So just to conclude, this is how the 11th edition of the Spring School of History of Science will look like. You will find the full program and schedule in your folder and also in the website. So we will try to stick as much as we can to the times, so we have a little flexibility. And I ask all of you, presenters and public, for your maximum help in this regard. So with the organizing committee, plus students of the communication team, I are at your complete disposal So this will be short. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are now continuing with our first two. I asked both of them to come here to the table, so I will present them very briefly and and during the past 2 years, his book, The Pandemic Century, A History of Global Contagion, from the Spanish flu to COVID-19, has enjoyed an extraordinary international diffusion, being reviewed in both academic journals and general magazines, receiving prizes and being translated to several languages, unfortunately not yet to Spanish, I think. So Professor Honisbaum has been also very actively intervening in the global public conversation on COVID-19 and pandemics through press interviews, online seminars, social networks, and regular posts in his podcast, Going Viral. So thank you so much for attending our invitation to come to Mao, and it's your turn.
Gracias, Javier, Cecilia, Marta, por invitarme a la Escuela de Primavera. And thank you to the Institute of Monocoid Studios and the Catalan Society for the History of Science and Technology. So, could we have the PowerPoint? It's nice to have an assistant.
Sorry?
The PowerPoint, the presentation.
Oh, it's Herman.
Century, 100 years of panic, hysteria, and hubris. So as someone who published a book on the history of pandemics shortly before the emergence of the novel coronavirus, I've had many COVID moments in the last 2.5 years. Initially, the questions were the sort that should more properly have been addressed to a virologist or an epidemiologist. How concerned was I about the reports of an atypical pneumonia in Wuhan? Did the fact that the coronavirus shared 96% of its genome with SARS, a virus that had caused a multi-country outbreak in 2002 to 2003, concerned? Should we impose strict border controls and quarantines? Or was there a risk that such measures would impede the distribution of vital medical supplies and plunge the global economy into the worst depression since the 1930s? These inquiries intensified with the lockdown in Wuhan and other cities in Hubei province, restricting the movements of 50 million people. And they grew ever more anxious as the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping ordered the construction of 2 new hospitals in expectation of an influx of patients with severe breathing difficulties. Watching the astonishing video of bulldozers preparing the ground for what would become the Fire God Mountain and Demon God Mountain hospitals, and the pictures of the emergency waiting rooms in Wuhan with the rows and rows of cubicles, I was reminded of this iconic image taken in the spring of 1918 at Camp Funston. So this image taken at Camp Funston, a large US Army training camp in Kansas, where American recruits were being prepared for military action in northern France. The picture shows hundreds of soldiers laid out in cots in an emergency influenza ward. The vast majority, we know, suffered a brief 3-day fever, but about 1/5 of the 1,200 men who were hospitalized developed aggressive pneumonias, and 75 died, leading some historians to conclude that this may have been a herald wave of the so-called gripe española. Okay? Sorry for that. I don't want to offend any Spanish speakers. That is how it's been passed down in historiography. So I found myself returning to this image again and again during the initial weeks of the coronavirus pandemic. And as my Twitter feed filled with images of desperate patients besieging emergency rooms in Wuhan, I could not help but wonder whether history was repeating itself. It hasn't, of course, or not exactly. Though today some 6 million people have died of COVID-19 globally, 18 million using the measure of excess deaths, at least 50 million people are estimated to have perished in the 1918 to 1919 influenza pandemic. And although SARS-CoV-2, as the coronavirus is officially known, is roughly twice as infectious as the H1N1 Spanish flu, it has not turned out to be the big one long predicted by Bill Gates and others. If we are to believe the prophets of pandemic doom, that event lies in the future, in a period that some are already referring to as the pandemicene. Though whether it will be our future or our children's, no one at present can say. However, I think it is fair to say that the measures taken to contain COVID have been exceptional. Never has social distancing been applied at such a scale, and never have so many people been locked down at the same time, or for so long. Next slide, please. To take just one example, the third British lockdown lasted 194 days. That's more than 3 times the length of the quarantines imposed during the Plague of Florence in 1630. Now, because the pandemic has coincided with a period of rapid global communications and economic and political turmoil, it is tempting to see our experience as unique. Hence the claim made by the New York Times early on in the pandemic that COVID-19 was, and I quote, our new historic divide, and that henceforth there would be BC, the time before Corona, and AC, the time after Corona. However, as Javier has mentioned, following the war in Ukraine, that periodization looks highly questionable. As in 1918, when a war in Europe also overshadowed the pandemic, COVID-19 may turn out to be a footnote to a much bigger and far more wide-reaching global crisis. So such statements as the New York Times remind us of the pitfalls of premature judgments and the danger of privileging present-day narratives over deeper genealogical analyses. Rather than looking to the past in search of historical lessons, medical historians need to be alert to discontinuities with the present and be wary of drawing shallow analogies that ignore the specific social, cultural, and political contexts that shape the reception of disease in different historical periods. So for Erwin Ackermann, Henry Sigrist, and the other founding fathers of our discipline, disease was both a biological entity and a phenomenon older than recorded history, one that could not be understood apart from its diverse clinical manifestations and medical and cultural framings. Theirs was an approach which actively sought to integrate biology and public health practice with insights from geography and anthropology, and which was not afraid to engage with longue-durée perspectives. And it was an approach that emphasized the importance of social relations and the way that ideas of contagion and contamination had often been instrumentalized for political ends. Taken up by academic student Charles Rosenberg, these ideas became foundational to the social history of medicine. In his book, The Cholera Years, and his influential 1989 essay, What is an Epidemic?, Rosenberg, who was writing just as AIDS was beginning to challenge the hubristic assumption that medicine had solved the problem of infectious disease, explained how epidemics were not simply biological phenomena, but social framing devices. Next slide, please. Or, as he put it in the new afterword that he wrote for The Cholera Years, epidemics are ingeniously designed natural experiments, which allow historians to examine fundamental aspects of society in a controlled and abundantly documented context. And boy, has COVID-19 been abundantly documented. Rather than seeing disease in terms of contamination and as something that ought to be eradicated, he encouraged medical historians to study the complex ecological configurations and the interrelationships between pathogens and human and non-human bodies. In this way, Rosenberg sought to break down facile yet durable typologies of purity and danger. When sufficiently severe, he argued epidemics also acted as societal stress tests, exposing religious, moral, and political fault lines and drawing responses from every sector of society. Taking inspiration from Albert Camus' allegorical novel *The Pest*, Rosenberg argued that epidemics followed a characteristic dramatic arc, from denial and disbelief, followed by progressive revelation, recrimination, and then blame and the search for scapegoats. The final act came with urgent demands for collective action, after which, as cases began to subside, the epidemic would cease to command intention and gradually slink into obscurity. In this way, Rosenberg encouraged historians to pay attention to the similarities between epidemics and look for continuities with the past. At the same time, his framing approach provided historians with a way of comparing and contrasting epidemics across time and cultures by looking at variations in national and transnational responses, whether quarantines or enhanced surveillance, social distancing or fear of flight, cooperation or competition. However, as Charteris and McKay point out in their recent Centaurus Spotlight article, while epidemics may be, and I'm quoting, captivating moments of drama, they are merely pinpoints in the longer historical record, the tips of icebergs that too often distract from the powerful mass hidden beneath the surface. Close quotes. So, as well as attending to the dramaturgic form of epidemics, historians of medicine, science and technology also need to be alert to the ways in which the mathematical and life sciences shape our current understandings of pandemics and their pathogens. These sciences and the knowledge they lay claim to are not givens, but they also have a history, one that medical historians and sociologists of science are very well placed to reconstruct. So in what follows, I propose to briefly highlight some of the key research questions thrown up by the coronavirus pandemic, before concluding with some reflections on what COVID-19 teaches us about medical history and its future direction of travel. So, just to be clear, there are so many questions that this pandemic has thrown up, so I'm only going to have time to canvass very few, and I know that Iris Brogan will go on to discuss some others. Next slide, please. So for instance, you may recall that at the beginning of the pandemic, many scientific experts confidently predicted that the pandemic would end once we achieved a magical threshold known as herd immunity. This was the notion that when a sufficient number of people had been infected with COVID, they would be immune to reinfection and could not continue to transmit the virus to susceptible individuals. Interestingly, this threshold was never precisely defined. However, based on epidemiological modelling of the reproductive rate of the virus, it was thought to kick in when around 70% of the population had been infected and recovered. Since no COVID vaccines were available at the start of the pandemic, this led experts in the UK and elsewhere to advocate a policy of allowing the coronavirus to spread unimpeded through the population. So as the UK's chief scientific advisor, Patrick Vallance, you can see pictured to the left of Boris Johnson, your right as you're looking at the screen. So as Patrick Vallance put it, the goal was, and I'm quoting, to build up some kind of immunity while protecting the most vulnerable. The alternative, we were led to believe, would be a series of stop-start lockdowns that would temporarily reduce the peak of the epidemic but leave the majority of the population susceptible to infection once the restrictions were lifted. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that the poster child for this approach was Sweden, a small Nordic country whose biggest city, Stockholm, is less densely populated than Oslo and 2/3 the size of London. Nonetheless, the concept was eagerly taken up by lockdown skeptics, keen to minimise disruption to free market societies. The result is that Sweden would go on to record a death rate of over 80 to 100,000 people, 10 times that of Norway's and Finland's, and over 4 times Denmark's. Nonetheless, such was the sway of the herd immunity concept that when the first COVID vaccines did eventually become available, it continued to dominate the exit strategies of countries in the global north. Hence, Anthony Fauci's assertion that vaccinated individuals were, quote, a dead end for the virus, and that once populations reached the threshold of herd immunity, infections would, as he put it, almost disappear. What Fauci and other prominent scientific experts failed to mention is that herd immunity is a concept borrowed from veterinary medicine and which was taken up by British epidemiologists in the aftermath of the 1918 flu pandemic. Next slide, please. Their central hypothesis was that epidemic waves fall because the average resistance of the herd is raised. But this did not mean that the pathogen disappeared from the population, as, and I'm quoting again, another wave will follow at a later date, when waning immunity causes, quotes, the average herd immunity to fall below some critical level. In other words, herd immunity was not so much an elimination threshold as a mechanism for epidemic abatement. In the 1920s and the 1930s, it became a stable concept for epidemiologists interested in the history in disease ecology, helping to articulate the population dynamics of diseases such as diphtheria and influenza. It was following the Second World War and the production of sterilizing vaccines against polio and later measles that it came to signal the point at which mass vaccination would halt the onward transmission of the disease. Now, it is evident that, as with influenza, vaccination against COVID does not produce sterilizing immunity. We can see that, stripped of its history, herd immunity was misleading and unhelpful. Misleading because the Elysian fields of herd immunity were, and perhaps never will be, reached unhelpful because it led some to countenance a policy of, quotes, letting the virus rip, or to advocate unworkable policies such as the famous Great Barrington Declaration. Next slide, please. Of course, the distinction between pandemic, epidemic, and endemic is similarly arbitrary. The notion of endemicity can be traced to attempts by colonial-era epidemiologists to characterize diseases such as cholera, malaria, and plague as endemic to Asia and other outposts of European empires. With the rise of germ theory in the 1880s, however, the notion of an endemic disease subtly changed to be the disease that was always present in a given location, but which could erupt into an epidemic or a pandemic at any time due to ecological, environmental factors, or social factors, or a combination of all three. The irony is that this notion of endemicity is now being deployed by populist politicians keen to call time on the pandemic and to distinguish their polities from those of countries such as China and Hong Kong, where, due to substandard vaccines and a high level of vaccine hesitancy, COVID continues to present a high risk of hospitalization and death, resulting in a zero COVID strategy and continued restrictions on freedom of movement. It also glosses over the fact that each day thousands of people in sub-Saharan Africa continue to die of tropical diseases, such as malaria, that were once endemic to Europe and the southern United States. But of course, such diseases are no longer considered a problem for the global north because they are no longer pandemic. Next slide, please. So another term that may repay our investigation is this notion of variants of concern. COVID-19 has been described as the first pandemic of the post-genomic era. Certainly the sequencing of mutations in SARS-CoV-2 has been unprecedented. Hence the WHO's alphabet soup of variants from Alpha to Delta to Omicron. But genomic technologies also played a critical role in the WHO's decision to trigger a global pandemic alert in 2009, following the sequencing of the H1N1 swine flu virus that emerged unexpectedly in Mexico, and its identification as a novel recombinant virus. Next slide, please. However, when the swine flu turned out to be no more severe than a regular seasonal influenza, the WHO's decision fueled conspiracy theories about pharmaceutical profiteering, eroding trust in science, and contributing to the spread of vaccine hesitancy. We need better histories of these genomic technologies and their integration into public health surveillance systems. Systems that are designed to forewarn us against so-called spillover events. In particular, we need to interrogate how these technologies produce discourses around emerging infectious diseases and other supposed biosecurity risks. It is at times like these that historians of science and medicine can perform a useful public service by opening up the black box of taken for granted scientific terminology and reconstructing their history. Most of all, we need to interrogate what it means to follow the science when the science itself is uncertain and hard data is wanting, as was the case at the beginning of the pandemic, when the role of asymptomatic spreaders and the infection fatality rate of the virus was unclear. At such times, we are returned to what the historian of science, Lorraine Daston, calls, I quote, a state of ground zero empiricism, reminiscent of the scientific debates of the 17th century, when, as she puts it, quote, everything was up for grabs. Until now, I've been speaking mostly of discontinuities, but medical historians also need to be alive to continuities with the past. Those images of coronavirus waiting rooms in Wuhan should have reminded us of the picture of the emergency influenza ward at Camp Funston in 1918. Next slide, please. When face masks began appearing on the streets of China, Hong Kong and Seoul, we should have recalled that the use of face masks to block the transmission of airborne pathogens dates back to the pneumonic plague outbreak in Manchuria in 1910. And that in 1918, several US cities also mandated face masks in shared public spaces. Moreover, while the scale of today's lockdowns are unprecedented, quarantines are a tried and tested response to outbreaks that have changed little since 1377, when Dubrovnik banned travellers from plague-infested areas from entering the city. Next slide, please. Whether they take the form of a lazaretta, as in 17th century Ancona, or indeed here in Macron, or a biohazard tent, their spatial logic is straightforward and easily understood. Indeed, the historian of global health, Alison Bashford, argues that, and I quote, there are very few medical practices that cast back and forward in time with such full and easy comprehensibility. At the same time, we need to recognize the layers of uncertainty in traditional historical accounts of epidemics and people's supposed behavioral responses to them. For instance, I've lost count of the number of times that journalists have asked me about the story of the village of Iron, citing it as an early example of spontaneous community shielding. Next slide, please. So this is Eve in Derbyshire. So according to traditional accounts, in 1666, the Eamites shut themselves off from the outside world in order to prevent plague spreading to the neighbouring parish in Derbyshire in the north of England. Their self-sacrifice is said to have resulted in the deaths of 265 of the shut-in villagers. 3 modern musicals, alongside numerous poems, children's stories and plays, have cemented this British account of the village's heroism. Yet, historical scholarship has demonstrated that, I quote, there is little stable or definite in the story of Ian's plague. In the later 17th century, few commented on the supposedly exceptional event. Instead, it was in later periods, especially in the 19th century, when fears of cholera sparked a wider literary and historical fascination with past epidemics, that writers and historians shaped a version of what happened in Ian in 1666. In other words, the story of Ian is most likely apocryphal. If the role of history really is to teach us lessons, then the lesson of Ian is that we continually rewrite the history of disease in light of our current preoccupations. The task for scholars, then, is to cultivate a more profound, imaginative engagement with the history of pandemics, one that is wary of overly presentist narratives, but which is also not afraid to ask big questions about the limits of scientific expertise and our interactions with microbes over long-duration time frames. To succeed, I believe that such an approach demands an active dialogue between the life sciences and the medical and environmental humanities. In particular, it requires medical historians interested in the genesis of pandemics to cultivate exchanges with evolutionary biologists and molecular pathologists, and to be alive to the ways in which pathogens serve as what Monica Green calls tracer elements, living chains of evidence that can tie together vastly different times and places. And it requires us to resist reductionist disease models and the reification of science at the expense of tried and tested public health interventions and hard clinical realities. In short, we need to foster a more capacious pandemic imagination, for I believe it is only in asking questions about how the past develops over centuries and millennia, and how people coped during previous times of plague, that we can begin to address the issue of our survival and flourishing in the present. Next slide. Even now, hardly a day goes by without some announcement about the basic reproductive rate of the virus. But as useful as this epidemiological measure may be for plotting the rate of increase of corona and, quotes, flattening the curve, it does not tell us when or how we might be delivered from our pandemic purgatory, much less what we need to do to prevent disaster from recurring and to build a better world for our children. As the WHO's Director General remarked in June 2020, just 6 months into the coronavirus pandemic, and I quote, "None of us could have imagined how our world and our lives would be thrown into turmoil by this virus. We cannot allow our imaginations to fail us so catastrophically again." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Man, for this wonderful talk and for sticking to the time. So now we're moving on to the second guest speaker. I go. So, who is distinguished professor at the Center for the History of Global Development at Shanghai University. So she moves back and forth between Germany and China, and thanks to this she's probably here with us today. Professor Bowie is a medical historian specializing in the history of international health and its relations to economic and environmental policies of various international organizations. More recently, her work has focused on development concepts, particularly that of sustainable development and the notion of waste. Waste in general and medical waste in particular. She has also been very active during the COVID-19 pandemic through online seminars, conference presentations, and contributions to journal dossiers. So, thank you very much, Iris, for being here with us today. And it's your turn.
For inviting me, for the organizers, for the to the association. And it is indeed true that it is because of COVID that I'm here. So this is just one introduction saying that we draw from this for medical history. Since the pandemic is still ongoing, I think it's very early to say, but I tried. Someone invites me to do that. Now this is not working. Somehow my such with. This machine is ignoring me. Sorry about that. Okay, so my feeling was to a large extent, of course, very similar to what Mark has already mentioned, that for years I've been
reading about and teaching about history of health, including pandemics, and now it was here, now it was the real thing. So, some things were just revisiting things that we had read in books, and so a part of the experience I thought was one of confirmation of things that I knew, or maybe I should have known was going to happen, and some things were actually new that I had not expected. And to be entirely honest, the borderline, or the dividing line between those two categories was not entirely clear. So these are the points that to me seem to be worth mentioning and worth looking into, and I will go into them in some order now. So the first one was the sheer degree of confusion. The sheer, being there when I said I knew what to expect. I should have known, of course, that when you have a new disease, it's a new disease, you don't know what's happening, but the anguish that goes with that, to experience that, personally, I found that quite impressive. I mean, simply the idea, what is this a new disease? Is that a flu? What does that mean for us? Is it even serious? When I'm being serious about this, does that mean I'm being alarmist? Does that mean I'm going hysterical? Am I panicking? What are the other people doing? Is this being hysterical, or if you don't become active, does that mean you're denying reality, or are you being complacent, or are you just being stupid, or are you just covering up something? And where's the line between those things? We've all lived through that. I think maybe some of you can relate to that. That is, some days you were feeling one way, and some days you were feeling the other way. Do masks help? Is that useful or not? How are we supposed to distance? How much distance is good? Can I still hug someone? No, can I not? How much distance is distance enough? What is the lethality rate? What are long-term health effects? Simply, what is this that we are dealing with here, and how is this affecting our lives, and how are you and we, how are we all supposed to react to that? And who is the one who can tell us? Who can we trust? And I found this not only impressive, but also I realized the degree to which the sheer confusion is important to explain a lot of the other reactions that we can watch. Probably the most expected and predicted and the best studied in history is the one of scapegoating, of the othering of the disease. That is something that is very well established in history. When you remember that syphilis had a different name, being from the Italian disease to the French disease, the English disease. I found, that was very obvious here. In many countries, you had minorities that got stigmatized. In Western countries, it tended to be Asians. Anybody who looked vaguely Chinese had to worry about being harassed in some way or being made responsible for the disease. Think of Trump, who was calling about the Chinese virus. Something similar actually happened in Asia too. I'm not sure if that was to the same extent, but in principle, you had similar dynamics. You were also there that in other parts of Asia, Chinese people sometimes had difficulties finding hotel rooms. In China, sometimes people from Wuhan had difficulties finding hotel rooms, and also foreigners were held responsible sometimes for not being hygienic enough, or for somehow being accused of having either started or exacerbated the disease. So I won't say any more of that, but this is, yes, we know this happens, yes, it happened. What I also probably should have known more about, what I found extremely impressive, was the degree to which the disease gave rise to myths and rumors, and sometimes we today call fake news. The word is new, but the phenomenon certainly is not new. Just to remind you of the various rumors that spread around, the COVID origins, where we still don't know exactly how this happened. So if something is unknown, of course this gives rise to rumors. Is this 5G? Was it Bill Gates who just wanted to make a lot of money? Was it a biological weapon? Did it come from a biological weapons program out of a Chinese lab? Or did it come from weapons program and in the US lab, both of these ideas are around, is did it result from genetically modified crops, or is it actually a deep state conspiracy? There are probably more than that. Some of these are pretty wild. Of course, the conspiracy theories went even further when vaccines actually made it into the scene. So the anti-vaccination movement, yes, I'm sure there's a conspiracy here somewhere. The anti-vaccination movement went into overdrive, and that was also exacerbated by the fact that these vaccines were actually very fast. So while one part of the population celebrated that as an immense success, this was also commented, should I keep talking, you know, acting like nothing's happening?
At this point, I think we should say it's so much easier online.
And it was written before the pandemic, but it has been updated. And so what you can see, all these diseases that are listed there, corona, measles, swine flu, avian flu, SARS, BSE, hepatitis C, AIDS, and polio, they don't exist. They're all just invented by the pharmaceutical industry. And in case you think this is maybe not interesting to historians, here at the bottom, probably you can't read this, but it says that also the Spanish flu, we have invented that, historians have just invented that. And it has a chapter written by Robert Kennedy. You may want to keep that name in mind for later on. So this is a book that has sold more than 100,000 copies in Germany alone. So it does get some traction. So this is something that, you know, it's easy to make fun of that, but it is around there, and it is people around us that are taking this seriously. The background for that is, I believe, there is twofold. Some of that is the sheer psychological need in the face of this confusion to somehow get control over your life. So when you believe that there are evil forces out there who are out to get you and to get control over you, then this is a pretty bad idea. But it's still better than thinking that there is no logic to this, that whether you get ill or not, there's nothing you can do. So to many people, this seems to be comforting to believe in a world, black and white world of good guys and bad guys. And I wouldn't necessarily even exclude myself. I think to some extent we're all susceptible to that. It's also an expression of, to some degree, of reasonable concerns. Even while some of these stories are pretty wild and pretty, gaga, some of the underlying concerns are not. And we do know that minority groups that were especially suspicious of vaccines, and for good reason. I mean, the Tuskegee experiment is only one example of which minority groups actually have had reason to be very suspicious of how authorities and how mainstream science has treated them. There is reason to be suspicious of the power of transnational companies that it has on our lives, and maybe also of governmental control. So this goes back to what Charles Rosenberg said. Also, on the top of that, there are people who, who are not victims of the confusion, but who do have a political agenda and who are using the event here to drive their agenda. To foment distrust in political rivals, to strengthen the us versus them. If you have a certain racist streak, then this is the time to take advantage of the crisis, but also to distract from responsibilities and failures in your own ideas or in your own policies. That was an example in that here is that the so-called disinformation dozen, that goes back to a study of about a year ago, and the Center for Countering Digital Hate found out that about 65% of the misinformation in social media in the United States, this is certainly not true for all of the world, but in the United States, could be traced back to a mere 12 people. So from that point of view, you have to be careful about talking about being a mass movement. Certainly if this is picked up and acted on and shared with others, then yes, it certainly has traction. You have to wonder why this has traction for some people or for many people. But there is also a relatively small group that is actively driving these theories. And here in number 2, again, you can see Robert Kennedy, who's taken an important part of that. What I had not expected was the extent to which the pandemic could become part of governmental policies and governmental distrust of each other. That was the time between Trump, when he claimed that he had evidence that corona started in a Chinese lab. So this became a tool to exacerbate already existing tensions with China. China, on the other hand, Chinese diplomats also promoted a conspiracy that it's actually US military sportsmen who had brought, either inadvertently or as a planned policy, to bring an American created virus to China. And I've actually seen this on TV, Chinese TV. So the degree to which it's not just like people, or it's not just out there to have theories and to have fake news, but to which this, if this goes on, this can become quite dangerous. I mean, in times of warfare, I have grown quite sensitive to how this can, become very serious. The divisions in society that result from that have also been a lot more far-reaching than I had expected before. So to some extent this reveals fractures that existed in society before. So in the US there was a polarized society between Democrats and Republicans before, and this has exacerbated it and became another marker for tribalism that are connected to these two parties, and similar divisions exist in other societies as well, but it also strengthens them and it creates new ones. These can be felt. I'm not sure if this is the same in all the countries, but again, from my personal experience, this divided families, this has divided friends. I mean, I have lost at least one very good friend, and several other people in my circle of friends had the same thing happening, that they lost contact with neighbors. That I had one friend telling me she imagined this must have been somehow like the 1930s when the Nazis gained power. You'd think those are some crazies, and suddenly it turns out to be your neighbor. And this was a bit the feeling, that suddenly there's someone right next to you who believes that, okay, it's not the disease, it's just some pharmaceutical conspiracy, someone, CIA trying to take over. This is exacerbated by cognitive dissonance, because if you believe something and you know that your friends think that this is totally crazy, then you have to double down to make sure that you are really right and it's actually the others who are the crazies. So I think the fact that this is within circle of friends and family actually has made this worse. And it's not just about the pandemic. These divisions have had a way of spreading to other parts of social life. So it starts with different realities, different views of what the world consists of regarding corona, but then it goes on to being connected to different views on what medicine is all about, what science is all about. Now, does science even exist, or are these just some people that are on the payroll of pharmaceutical industries? And it tends to be similar groups that divide on the topic of climate change. And at least in Germany, it tends to be also on the topic of the war in Ukraine. It tends to be the same people or similar people, similar groups. It's not entirely identical, but you tend to have a core of people who believe that corona was made up, who also believe that the concern about the war in Ukraine is made up. That refugees are something that the authorities push on the population to control us. And also there's a very deep distrust in democracy. I mean, the sheer component of all that is that is this distrust of mainstream media, that you don't believe anymore what the media is saying, that you don't believe what governments or what authorities are saying. And once there is a critical mass of people who basically don't believe anymore what the government says or what the media is saying, and just prefer to look at some obscure internet sites, then this is a real problem for democracy. Then you have a society falling apart. And I will come back to that at the end of my talk. But again, this is not entirely new, but what I found impressive looking through this is the degree to which, because it created these divisions, it was about more than just one disease. I mean, my idea of when I teach the history of health, I was sort of thinking, well, pandemics are really the easiest thing. There is one disease and this is what you can focus on. But I have changed my opinion on that very much. It's about more than one disease, and it's more than disease. The effects on COVID have been very widespread. Like the risk factors included age, included diabetes, included obesity, respiratory diseases, the immune status that people had in general, the nutritional status. And this goes hand in hand. I can go over this quickly. You all know about the social status that people have, about poverty, about inequality. I mean, those are the social circumstances that we teach about health in general. But similarly, the effect, I'm missing one here. Okay. The effect that COVID had on society has been equally important, I believe. Not only COVID, but also the measures, the anti-COVID measures. So it had an effect on other diseases that were directly affected by COVID, like respiratory diseases, but also basically all diseases that needed hospitalization or that needed surgery. As you all know, there were at times when a lot of hospitals were filled with COVID patients, there were a lot of therapies that were postponed or something were not done anymore, surgeries that were postponed. This is true for hospitalization, this has been written on, but it's also true for diseases that may not be life-threatening. My son is a physiotherapist, so he deals with people who have arthritis, who have stiff joints, who are rehabilitating from some injury, or any number of diseases, none of which is lethal. But he sees people now that are in more pain than they would be if they had been able to continue their therapies that they couldn't because of COVID, because he couldn't have face-to-face meetings anymore. Or because he could have, but people didn't go to these therapies, or didn't go to hospitals because they were concerned about being infected. So this is something that will be very difficult to measure. How do you measure the degree of pain or being uncomfortable in the massive number of people? But I do believe it is important. So I have learned also how difficult it is to measure success or to assess success in dealing with a pandemic. Again, I have been rather naive about this and thinking, well, countries that have fewer cases, have less disease and fewer people die, they did a better job somehow. Now, as you're all aware now that it's not as easy as that. I mean, this is one way of looking at it, is the number of confirmed cases per million people. I mean, what you can see, I hope you can see this, I know you can't see this very well from the back, is that, first of all, there's a huge difference in numbers in the course of time. At the beginning, you have an fraction of those that you have at the end, and this does not really reflect that now there are so many more cases, but now that there are so many more testing opportunities around. So it's very difficult to draw any conclusions from that. And also when you look at the countries here, so here the country with most cases per million would be the US, but then very close after that is Sweden and is New Zealand. New Zealand then has actually been lauded as one of the best countries, but since it's very conscientious and testing a lot, it would come out worst using that measurement. So maybe deaths, COVID deaths, would be more informative. I'm using the same number of 9 countries here. If you use confirmed COVID deaths per million people, the one country that is worst off by far, by a large margin, is Peru. And that is probably realistic because a lot of people did die there. But again, you see here it's France that would be quite high up, and you see that it has these peaks that make it difficult to compare these. So maybe what is more informative would be to have the cumulative deaths due to COVID. If you compare those, the country that has had most deaths by far here is the United States, which probably has really discredited itself with its anti-COVID measures, followed by India, and then followed by Russia. Peru, not so many because there are not so many Peruvians around. But if you put that into relation, into a proportionate measure, so how many deaths per million, again, you have Peru that surpasses all other countries of the world. The United States is still pretty high up, then followed by Russia and France. Sweden is still relatively high, but by far not so much. However, as you all know, this also depends on how well these deaths are recorded, or how many of these are recorded at all, and how they're being diagnosed. In some countries, whenever a person dies and has had COVID, this is registered as a COVID death. In other countries, that is not so. In other countries, some countries go to great lengths not to record deaths as having been COVID deaths. So one opportunity or one possibility to try to overcome that would be to look at excess deaths. So I'm not sure you can see that. This here is the United States, where the excess deaths are always the red line, and the dark line, those are confirmed COVID deaths, are not identical, but they're reasonably close. So here you can draw from that probably more people died of COVID than had been diagnosed as such, but it doesn't drastically change the picture. What I found impressive was here, this second picture here is Peru, where the lines are basically identical. So basically it seems whoever was dying, the excess death, that is entirely due to COVID. This here is Russia, and there you see an immense discrepancy. Those here, the confirmed COVID deaths are relatively modest. I mean, you saw in the picture before, they're also very high, but compared to the excess deaths, this is a fraction of that. So there's certainly a big story to tell in Russia. And it will be, I'm not sure how easy it will be to get the data about that. An interesting case is Sweden here, that Mark also mentioned, because there is actually the other way around. It's actually the COVID deaths that are higher than the excess deaths, which suggests, I don't know what this is, but it suggests that somehow probably it's that the anti-COVID measures led to a reduction of deaths in some other areas. But anyway, there are interesting stories to tell, and that make it very difficult to say, well, which country is actually a success? And on top of that, how do all the other measures come in, all the other criteria that I mentioned before? How about the idea of the containment of freedom, of the length, of the stringency of the lockdowns? Okay, I don't have time to show you this, this website. I can maybe send you the link afterwards. The idea of the diseases and the disadvantages that come with the lockdown, the mental issues, the lack of education. I will go into that later on. But what about the fairness of the distribution of the burdens? How does that factor in, and how well something was handled? The other burdens here are, as I mentioned, the mental issues, the bankruptcies. You say, well, this is only economy. It's not only economy. It's people who lie awake at night because they don't know how to have a life anymore, how to have a job. Unemployment, domestic violence certainly went up. We know that during lockdowns. So long COVID, the disruption of schooling. I find it very hard to picture that, and when you say, okay, maybe there were some countries that had fewer deaths, but more, women that were beaten up, or more children that couldn't finish their education because of that. And we also know that these schooling disruptions, or education disruptions, had a very important social element, that it was those children that had a computer at home and had someone who could help them with that did reasonably well, while those who didn't have the money for a good computer and didn't have a room where you can sit silently and not being disturbed by the rest of the family did not do very well. So, I mean, this is also something that should be taken very seriously. Also, the moment, how we decide whether something has been successful or not depends on the moment when we make this assessment. It would have been very different a year from now and today, and probably will be different 10 years from now. I'll be very curious to see what this is. What's the short-term versus the long-term effect of that? How do we factor in long COVID? And the importance of different deaths that I mentioned already when you talk about different diseases that have been affected. And of course, how do you factor in, or how do you assess different possible reasons for success? So some of that may be policy, and we always tend to think, well, that government must have done something well or must have done something badly. But of course, the government is only one actor among many. The population density plays an important role. The age of people plays an important role. It's probably one reason that so far the huge disaster in Africa that had been expected does not seem to have happened, luckily. Genetic settings seem to play a role. There's some evidence for that people who have some Neanderthal genes are more susceptible than others. We'll see how that is followed up. Geography plays a role. Certainly it's easier for countries that are islands than those that are not islands. Gender plays a role. Possibly the gender of the leadership. There was some theory that all those countries that were headed by a woman seemed to be doing better. I'm curious how that holds up in the future. Wealth, of course, plays a role, but rich countries can do better than poor countries. Equality plays a big role. So if you had a pre-existing problem there, this will have been played out in the divisions. So, I know. What I found interesting is that you had shifting findings over time. And China, I think, is a great example there. When the pandemic began in early 2020, at least in Western countries, this tended to be seen as, well, this just shows that they don't know how to do this. I mean, there was certainly the idea of their cover-up. There was a disease. Authorities couldn't manage this, and then there was the news of really draconian policies of people being locked up in houses. So I remember sitting here in Europe at the time, and there was a feeling, well, this is far away, and this couldn't happen here. And then for 2 years, you had European countries, well, basically all other countries, trying to grapple with that and not doing very well. I mean, you had the US was pretty disastrous, but varying countries to varying times, at very high death rates, and also had pictures of overwhelmed hospitals, of overwhelmed communities. While in China, people seem to be doing pretty well. I mean, the country basically opened up not to the outside, but to the inside, and people there had meetings and had conferences and had concerts that we couldn't have here in Europe. And now this picture seems to be changing again. I mean, I have friends who are in lockdown, who have been in lockdown for 2 months now, and have barely seen the sun. I mean, this is opening a little bit again now in Shanghai, but it's, when we're talking about all these side effects of lockdown, that isn't just theoretical. I mean, that are millions of people. There are 25 million people in Shanghai who have been affected with that, and that is, I don't know what the long-term effects of that will be. Similar story with vaccines. I've written about that. Has this been a great success because we had vaccines so quickly? Or has it been a great failure because the distribution has been so unequal? This depends on how you view the world, and you have legitimate reason to come up with different findings. Okay, I will... I will end my talk here in what I think, and the conclusion is really the same one that Mark had. I think we do have an important role to play, and I think we should maybe play it more loudly. Is that to tell these stories of pandemics not as medical events but as social events that affect societies on many different levels, and that a lot of the decisions are decisions of trade-off that are not necessarily right or wrong, but are right and wrong on different levels or in different ways or in different time spans or for different groups, and that it affects all societies, and societies, in order to come through this, have to understand that it comes with a lot of lack of knowledge at some point, and that this confusion is part of that, and there's simply no good way out of that. And I think we should probably have a responsibility to warn and prepare for the side effects of pandemics, and I am thinking especially of those fake news, which I think are a big danger not only to health, they're a danger to peace. And this will probably also mean engaging in discussions with society and with parts of the public with which it is not easy to talk. And this is something that, personally, I don't really know how to do this, because I have lost a friend and I'm not talking with her anymore. So this is probably more a question than a finding. Thank you. Thank you.
virus.
My situation at the beginning of this pandemic. So I'd just written a book called The Pandemic Century. And one of the criticisms that reviewers made, and I think it was legitimate, is that of course there'd been many pandemic centuries. So why was I, privileging the last 100 years? Actually, I think there's a good reason to describe this long pandemic century starting from around, the 1880s, the germ theory, through to the present COVID crisis. I think there is something different about the modern era of pandemics, and that is precisely to do with the way that global intercommunications, faster trade connections, but also, and this is the critical thing, information-led technologies. So viruses don't just only go viral biologically through our human connection, the way we trade and travel, but information and disinformation about these, our knowledge of those viruses is also part of a factor which makes the management of pandemics along rational scientific lines so challenging in the 20th and 21st centuries. The other reason for privileging the last 100 or so years is that based on the best and latest molecular ecological studies, it does appear that since the middle part of the last century, since around the time of HIV/AIDS, this process of disease emergence triggering large epidemics or pandemics has accelerated. And I think that does make the present period different, in terms structurally, both in biological terms and also in the way that our knowledge and implementation technologies can spread panic and make it hard to manage these things along rational lines. But coming to the wider part of your question, what I'm also, that living through this pandemic has made me realise is I was very focused, on those ideas because I've just written a book about it. So I suppose unlike Iris, when I saw what was happening in China, I didn't think it can't happen here. I thought, wow, this could very easily happen here because it reminded me so much of the kind of early images of the 1918 influenza. Part of the problem, of course, is because we rely so much on epidemiological disease modelling and other scientists to do our thinking now. It's almost like we as historians, we're also scientists, we sit on the fence. I mean, obviously we're not sitting on the fence on things we've seen throughout time, such as stigmatization of people and scapegoating. But I think, a lot of us were reluctant, certainly I was reluctant to, say, yes, I think this is the pandemic, or to make any judgments, because there was so much data, so much information, and, we like to take our time, don't we? We like to step back and have time to really think about it. But to come back, I do think that one of the things I've learned is I think more broadly, rather than sort of focusing on these very narrow time frames, it is important to think about the lived experience of people who occupied this building, for instance, or what it was like for people in different historical epochs, going back to the Baghdad, when they also experienced these worldwide phenomenon, but they may not have experienced them in quite the same way because everything was more localized. But the sort of human responses with sort of continuities that we see between the past and the present, really I think would be very strongly reaffirmed. I mean, this, so kind of what I was trying to get at with my talk is though I was primed and had written a book warning about pandemics, and I was very much thinking this could be a pandemic, worldwide pandemic. What I wasn't prepared for is the idea that you could persuade the populations of advanced Western democracy or compel them to resort to the sort of methods that we'd seen in the 16th and 17th centuries. And I think that was a failure on my part, an imaginative failure on my part as a historian.
Any question? Yes, Christian.
Just a provocation. First of all, you've been both arguing for why on earth would medical history matter in this whole story. Can you just rephrase in one phrase why you think it should or would, and why not, or if not, and not? That's the first question. The second question is, especially to Mark, and we've been arguing for a long durée, would you consider that this is just returning to the normal and that we had a 50-year recreation after World War II and it's just end of the recreation period?
The what period?
It's a recreation. Was a recreation.
Oh, right.
Political recreation, sanitary recreation, and it's over.
I mean, I certainly think that is one of the values of looking at these long time frames. I mean, you can apply this also, of course, to the war in Ukraine. The idea that we've lived through, if you like, this sort of golden era piece, but also of medical progress, if I can put it that way. So, I mean, that's certainly something that I've been focused a lot in my research, and why I take seriously ideas of disease ecology, which are very much embedded in, you can see a kind of split from germ theory to sort of, interventions aimed at eradication and elimination, which I suppose we reached a high point in the end of the 60s, early 70s, and gave birth to a lot of these biosecurity discourses, which I also think are at the heart or drive these conspiracy theories. But at the same time, I do think that perhaps, you could argue that we are returning to the norm of previous pandemic centuries. The 19th century was famously a time of cholera and plague, repeated epidemics, which ended in the 1890s with the pandemic I'm very interested in, the Russian influenza pandemic. And what's interesting about those pandemics, of course, medical theories were in transition. As you could argue they are now to a certain extent, and being challenged. The difference today, of course, is they're being challenged very powerfully by lay experts, right? What I suppose Foucault called subjugated knowledges, the idea that within these sciences that claim to be all-seeing or all-knowing. Gaps and uncertainties get black-boxed or sidelined. This is, vaccinology is a classic example of that. So I think the problem that we as historians are facing are not dissimilar actually to the problem that scientists face. I mean, I think we do need to decide, we are scientists too, do we stand for evidence and historical knowledge in the same way that the hard physical sciences stand for that. But I also want to assert that what makes the study of history maybe not unique, but different, is it's not just a science, it is also an art. And I think that one thing that we as scholars bring to this health debate is a deep knowledge of different periods, whether we're studying cholera in the 19th century, or plague or yellow fever in specific contexts, that we perhaps are more in tune to the way that cultures and peoples in different places and periods have adapted and changed their behaviours. So we see continuities, but we can also point to important discontinuities. And I think that's really what we bring to the table. I suppose the bigger question is how, or to what extent, we want to actually enter into those policy debates in the moment, and whether we can say anything useful when our instinct is to kind of hedge our bets, right?
I think you're right. I think we are not very much used to bringing what we have to the table. And I think to some extent this is because for good reason we say, well, history is more complicated than saying, okay, you learn A, B, and C, but we interpret history, and different people have different interpretations, and different perspectives lead to different interpretations. Somehow this is very deep in our DNA. And in order to say, okay, we know something from history, and that's why we can recommend that. To some extent, you have to give up part of what we think ourselves are doing. So I think this is one very real problem. I think the other reason is that it's easier when we are only clever afterwards. So I think it's also, we don't like to be wrong, just like other people don't like to be wrong. And of course, when we put ourselves in the position that we do give recommendations, we're putting ourselves up of possibly being wrong. And this is certainly outside of the comfort zone. So, but I would also say, I think we have a responsibility there. I really take this more seriously than before. And if you ask why, history is ersatz experience, because we don't all experience everything that happened in the past. That one lesson from the past. Maybe what struck me with COVID was that it seemed to be those countries did best that had a recent memory of SARS, of a very similar disease. And they were much better prepared. Those were mostly Asian countries, when you think of South Korea or Vietnam or Taiwan, Thailand. There has been a lot of discussion whether there are cultural differences. Maybe there is, but I think it is the idea that it was part of living memory that people had, that they knew this is serious, we have to take this seriously, and there are certain things we have to do to protect each other. Now, we cannot do this, we cannot pretend to have this experience in other countries, but this is our responsibility then to tell those stories. And it's when we tell these stories we can help to prepare societies for the next pandemic. So, and I think our important role is not so much the medical preparation, because as you said, this is other people's jobs, this is not what we do, but the social preparation. And the preparation, when this happens, we know there will be scapegoating. So this is what we can tell governments and say, okay, if you want to avoid that, you can have preventive programs that somehow brings the message across that this is not any social group's fault. We know there will be divisions. We know that inequality will have an important role to play. You know, people who are prepared, if you are going into surgery and you don't know what's happened, this is going to be a lot worse than if I can tell you, okay, you will experience pain, and this will be very uncomfortable, but if you do A and B 10 days after that, it will get better. People will actually go through that period much better. And I think to some extent this is what our responsibility is for societies at large. And I think this is important because, as you already said, this is not the big one. As far as pandemics go, this was pretty lucky. This was a pandemic that had a relatively low lethality rate, not that many people died, and, you know, not wanting to be cynical, but it was mainly old people died. Now that's terrible for old people, but it's not the breadwinners of the family. You don't leave a lot of orphans. You know, this could have been a lot worse. Imagine having something like AIDS, but with the infection rate, you know, something you don't actually have to sleep with someone to get one, you know, to be sneezed at is enough. That can happen. And that's why, you know, I'm getting a little pathetic here, but it's, I really think, you know, we should get out of our comfort zone, yes.
Just a very quick rise to that. I think that this is something we were discussing last night, but thinking about it overnight. You know, I find myself often saying this, you know, why were we talking about the pandemic? Why was this a subject? Well, it was a subject because essentially it was a health crisis, right? And once it ceased to be a health crisis, you can see that it's no longer dominating the discourse, at least. Comorbidities of all the other diseases, or I don't have a public-facing job, but, you know, there are a lot of people, you know, lower down the ladder who, you know, are experiencing crisis every day of their lives due to, you know, economic and political policies that were put in place long before the pandemic. Obviously, one of the clearest lessons of this pandemic is we invested just a fraction in our public health systems and, you know, more critical care beds, there would not have been the need to have these extraordinary lockdowns and to essentially stop the global economy. So I think an interesting history would be for medical historians to really widen their focus and bring in, you know, studies about comorbidities and health inequalities into this bigger pandemic story. And I think, you know, I will own up to the fact, you know, I've been very focused just on pandemics, but, you know, there is always that bigger background story. And I think that could be an increasingly important perspective when the time comes or someone's ready to write the history of this pandemic.
Can I?
Yes.
Sorry, but I would like to reinforce that. If people will turn onto each other, they will divide, they will see each other as enemies, like they sometimes did in this COVID situation. Now they do that when the community is divided already. You will have exacerbated inequality when it is unequal already. Pandemics mean people have to enact in solidarity with each other. Now, if I think those people over there are just out to get me and to take advantage of me, I don't want to live in solidarity with them. And if these other people, if that is this pharmaceutical company, or it's scientists, or if it's refugees, or it's poor people, or whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. As long as societies don't have a sense of being in something together, this will make it a lot harder to overcome pandemics than if they are. And whether people have the feeling that they're in something together depends on how they feel they are being treated and how they treat others on the long term. So really, pandemic preparation is working on having a good life and having a just life, on a long-term basis. And that actually makes it very hard. That brings it to the very philosophical questions of what society, what world do we want to have?
Thank you. So I think we're making a break now. We're taking a break until it's 5 o'clock more or less. So at 5:30 we're coming back. So we're having a coffee, if I'm not wrong, in that building over there. So thank you very much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ella me dice que lo tiene en el correo electrónico.
Hola.
O sea, se puede acceder a...
Si quieres.
It's up to you, but I think if you have a PowerPoint, it's better to see your email.
I would. Okay.
presentations. Two of them are in person, and we have the third one from India has sent us a video, so we won't be able to ask her questions, but at least we have the three presentations. So the first one is by Netatanu, who is a PhD candidate at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where she's currently preparing a thesis on the social history of cholera in the Ottoman Empire, under the joint supervision of, I don't know if I will pronounce correctly, of Eyalvinia and Liadkos. So this is part of an ERC project, Med, a regional history of medicine in the Middle East. The director is Professor Liad Kosmak. So Netatanu will be presenting a paper with the title By the Rivers of Babylon, Understanding Germs and Environment in the 1889 cholera outbreak in Iraq. So she will be presenting, and then we will be asking questions for her. Thank you.
So first of all, I want to thank the organizers for this really nice opportunity to speak here, and the previous speakers that really made me think about some aspects of my work about the history of cholera. And I will begin now. So, in 1889, and after it was not seen for about 20 years, cholera violently attacked the cities of Iraq. It claimed the lives of thousands, interrupted economic life, ignited tensions between communities, and eventually even led to the dismissal of the governor of Baghdad. During the 19th century, both European countries and the Ottomans had different interests in Iraq. Thus, historians of epidemics in the Ottoman Empire, and especially in Iraq, often emphasize the usage of epidemics in the area for each country to maintain its geopolitical interests. But the scientific understanding of diseases by local experts and non-experts and their interaction with global discourse received little attention. So I used the 1989 cholera outbreak in Iraq to shed light on the process of circulation, trickling, and translation of medical knowledge regarding cholera. I do this by presenting three main arguments. First, I will demonstrate the part played by Ottoman local physicians, establishments, and patients in the global accumulation of knowledge of the disease. Second, I will use this outbreak to ask how contemporary doctors understood cholera at the time in the context of the international debate about the recent discovery of the bacterium. I will connect the global discussions of cholera and the practices of medical staff in Ottoman Iraq. Third, I will bring an example of a local Iraqi community trying to see if and how they were affected by the growing scientific understanding of the disease. In order to answer these questions, I use varied sources in different languages. They include formal correspondence between officials in the Iraqi provinces and Istanbul, the capital, from the Ottoman archives in Istanbul. I also use the writings of local doctors, letters from foreign consulates, and publications in medical journals. My discussion of Baghdad is a part of my PhD project, where I examine the history of cholera in the Ottoman Empire from a regional perspective. I focus on 4 Ottoman cities in order to analyze reactions to cholera in different localities and different cholera outbreaks. So here you can see my 4 different cities. They are Izmir, Trabzon, Baghdad, and Beirut. Today I will focus on the microhistory of Baghdad and Iraq in 1989 outbreak to locate it in wider global processes. So I will begin my first argument regarding the Ottoman doctors played in the Ottoman in the understanding of cholera. My main character is Dr. Suleiman Ghazala, who served as the health inspector of the town of Hilla during the outbreak. Born in Baghdad, he graduated from the Paris School of Medicine in '87, and he was immediately appointed by the Ottoman authorities to his post in Iraq. Ghazala studied in Paris under the renowned Dr. Adrian Proust, a hygienist and epidemiologist who recommended him for his post in Iraq. Under Proust's guidance, Dr. Ghazala was trained in the rising field of bacteriology and understood its importance for the eradication of epidemics. Their connection would become particularly interesting in Proust's understanding of global epidemiology. Upon his arrival to Iraq, Ghazala became Proust's local informant. Ghazala points out that even before the break of cholera, Proust wished to receive data about the plague and cholera in Iraq to prove his hypothesis about them being endemic in the area. During the '89 outbreak itself, Ghazala and his colleagues, working in the Ottoman health services in Iraq, produced medical information by gathering and analyzing data about the patients, their symptoms, the different phases of the disease. Based on their fieldwork, European doctors later published articles in international medical journals in English and French for the benefit of the entire international medical community. Thus, Dr. Dixon, who was the physician of the British Embassy in Istanbul, published an article in the British journal Transactions of the Epidemiological Society in London, mostly based on Drs. Ghazala and Lubitsch, who was the health inspector of Baghdad, so based on their observations. He mentions the spread of the disease, as well as the data collected by the doctors about the variation of the disease in different localities, the symptoms, and more. This English article also reported the findings of the committee assembled by the Ottoman Board of Health that investigated the source of the outbreak. The committee, that was composed by the Dr. Lubitsch and Ghazala, and also two other Ottoman military doctors, Ibrahim Bey and Mustafa Effendi, they interviewed locals about the disease, asking them to describe the symptoms and conditions of their deceased loved ones. The question of the source of the disease and whether or not it was endemic interested medical professionals and researchers around the world. And the finding of the Ottoman committee, based on locals' understanding of the disease, was that cholera was not endemic to Iraq, and it was brought there from India. Ghazala's teacher Proust published in 1809 and 22 works on the cholera in Iraq. The first one was published in October '89 at the peak of the outbreak, and it wasn't concerned with the situation in Iraq, but warned about the advancement of cholera towards Russia, the gateway to Europe, and urged the Russian government to take the required measures. In 1902, Proust published a book called La défense de l'Europe contre le choléra, the defense of Europe against cholera, where he reviews and analyzes the history of cholera pandemics and calls for international quarantine collaboration. While he did not mention the conclusions of the committee as to the source of the epidemic, Proust reaches a similar conclusions. The only source of cholera was India, and it was not endemic to Iraq, contradicting his original hypothesis. Proust, an internationally esteemed epidemiologist and the delegate of France for the international sanitary conferences, probably had professional relations with health officers around the world, with whom he exchanged data and ideas. As noted above, Ghazala writes that during the outbreak, he sent information to Proust, updating him of his findings, and later of the results of the committee. While I couldn't find any evidence that Proust used Razala's information, he did base his arguments on Ottoman health officials, whether it was Razala alone or others as well, but he clearly did not collect the data by himself. I therefore argue that the process of understanding cholera was advanced also based on Ottoman doctors, institutions, and patients. Building on the work of his Iraqi informants, the French experts eventually narrated the story of cholera to Europe within the framework of protecting Europe from the East. For example, Proust mentioned the sanitary problems in the Karbala cemetery that accelerated the spread of cholera, and this was a problem that Razala personally handled during this outbreak. But Proust dismissed this fact as unimportant because the location was far from the main routes arriving to Europe. Proust, like other medical practitioners at the time, implied that Muslims were superstitious and unaware of medical fact, which explains, according to him, the inefficiency of Ottoman health institutions. In this narrative, then, expertise was found in Europe, and the role of local agents was not recognized. Now I would like to continue to my next theme and ask how doctors working in the field actually understood cholera and how global medical debate concerning the nature of cholera was localized in the '89 epidemic in Iraq. The first challenge Iraqi doctors were facing was the diagnosis of the disease, which is an indication to their medical training. While a deadly disease appeared in the towns of southern Iraq as early as June of '89, it was diagnosed as cholera only in August. Local doctors were struggling to diagnose the terrible disease as cholera, and some initially thought it to be malaria, even though the symptoms of the two diseases are quite different. It was not until the doctors Razala and Lubitz arrived at the infected areas of Iraq that they were able to name the disease. Dr. Razala first based his diagnosis on the symptoms and later also performed a bacteriological test which traced the bacteria, confirming his diagnosis. And here we have the spread of the disease in Iraq. As cholera did not attack Iraq for 2 decades, some local doctors were not familiar with the disease. Others, by contrast, encountered cholera during their medical education and... Sorry, what else should I get? Okay, so as I said, some doctors were not familiar with the disease because it didn't attack Iraq for 2 decades, but others encountered cholera during their medical education and were exposed to the bacteriology, to the germ theory, depending on when and where they studied. From the doctors that were employed by the Ottoman health services, some attended the Syrian Protestant College in Beirut, here to the right, and other to the Istanbul Imperial Medical School, that had begun in the few years before the epidemic outbreak to introduce bacteriology to their curriculum. Others, like Razala, studied in European cities and even in America. They were integrated in the Ottoman Public Health Ministry. Due to the unexpectedness of such a cholera outbreak in 89, 20 years after the previous one, the lack of preparedness, together with the lack of experience of some of the doctors, was translated to disbelief. The medical disagreement about whether it's cholera or not gave way for politicians to intervene. The governor of Baghdad, Mustafa Asim Pasha, was determined to change the diagnosis in order to avoid managing the terrible crisis. He ordered Dr. Ghazala to write to the Board of Health in Istanbul and change the diagnosis, to which Dr. Ghazala firmly refused. Writing to Istanbul, the governor based his arguments on the opinion of other doctors, saying, and I quote, since the patients who were examined presented only mild symptoms of cholera, and the amount of the deceased is so small, it cannot be an outbreak of Asiatic cholera. If this were the case, we would not be limited to 3 deaths and 5 sick cases. It is normal in the area of Baghdad to have even more cholera cases day by day. So we can see here that this argument is also related to the question of whether cholera was endemic or not in Iraq. But here it was also used for political interests. After health authorities in Istanbul were convinced that it was indeed cholera, they sent a health inspector and graduates of the Istanbul School of Medicine who were trained for this disease in order to assist existing medical staff. The health board in Istanbul was aware that doctors who did not receive sufficient training might be negligent due to their inexperience and even fear from being infected themselves. They tried to avoid it by sending to the Iraqi provinces skilled staff from the capital. So here we can see that even though Ottomans were facing cholera since the 20s, the 1820s, not all doctors were actually trained and experienced with this disease. The writing of doctors about this epidemic reveal how they understood the disease and its communicability at the time. But in order to contextualize and nuance this debate, I will shortly summarize the discussion about cholera at this time. So only 6 years earlier, German scientist Robert Koch managed to isolate the bacterium, but debates were still taking place as to its connection to the disease itself. Koch and his supporters thought that this disease was caused by the bacteria. They ordered quarantine and disinfecting measures. Since a causative connection was not established and Koch still couldn't explain or show why some would become sick and others not, his opponents maintained an environmental explanation. They kept the basic notion of the miasma theory and added the role played by the bacteria. The agent needed to penetrate the soil and only then would become poisonous miasma. The most notable supporter of this camp was Max von Pettenkofer, who observed cholera's environmental characters. He argued that its seasonality and its negative correlation with rainfall weakens Koch's argument that the bacteria, which flourishes in moisture conditions, is the agent of the disease. Dr. Ghazala was convinced that the disease was contagious and ordered to establish a network of quarantines in the area to limit the movement of people and the spread of the germ. He argued that those who isolated themselves were not affected by the outbreak and that those who survived cholera attacks in their locality developed natural immunity to the disease. Following the discovery of the bacterium and the understanding that cholera is not transmitted by air, but possibly through water and body separations, the Ottoman Health Board instructed the disinfection of houses and the burning of all the objects touched by the bodies of the sick and the deceased. The possibility that the disease communicates via infected items concerned the global medical community at the time, and the use of disinfectants on objects such as linen was considered crucial by some in Europe. We can see here that Ottoman practices correspond with the global community. But we can see that Ghazala himself, as well as other doctors, also associated the outbreak with environmental conditions, as they were trying to establish the patterns of cholera's rise and fall. The rise of the river, the type of soil, humidity, the temperature, rain, snow, and the appearance of other seasonal maladies were deemed medical fact relevant for the analysis of cholera. They especially remarked its seasonality and the negative correlation between the outbreak and rainfall, a fact noted also by Pettenkofer as part of his arguments. Doctors also continue to connect cholera to general hygiene and sanitation conditions, and especially filth and the smell and bad smells in accordance with the environmental understanding of the disease. But here, different observers reach different conclusions. Razala observed that the filthiest huts in the town of Shatra suffered the longest from the cholera. The American consul in Baghdad, by contrast, reported that surprisingly, and unlike the 1876 plague, which attacked the poorest neighborhoods, cholera spread in the cleanest neighborhoods and amongst the best families. This, in his opinion, demonstrated that sanitary conditions did not assure protection from the disease. This outbreak also demonstrated that, in view of experts' opinion, the Ottomans understood water to possibly communicate the disease. But while providing drinking water concerned local authorities, it was not at this point one of, it was only at this point one of many other measures, such as quarantines, cleaning and disinfecting the city, and sending supplies to the infected areas. Clean water for drinking was important, but was not the main priority. Water is also an essential feature for Iraq, with rivers and marshes shaping urban and rural scenery. They were used as means for transportation and for drinking. Understanding that water might be the source of the disease, Ottoman authorities were forced to address Iraq's specific ecology and its contribution to the spread of cholera. Okay. They closed cemeteries where groundwater was high, disturbing the digging of graves and facilitating the contamination of water. Ottoman officials also acknowledged the marshes of Lower Mesopotamia as the cause for the spread of the disease. So until now, I basically talked mostly about experts and how they understood cholera in light of the global debate. But now I would like to move to non-experts. And I would argue that gradually during the 19th and 20th century, science-based medicine trickled into non-experts and was translated by some agents. This process is often lost to the historian because most ordinary people did not leave written evidence of their medical knowledge. One example that I did find is from the Jewish community in Baghdad. A Jewish book for remedies and cures published in Baghdad in 1904 shows a complex perception of the cholera epidemic. The author warns the readers to avoid bad odors at all costs and to be surrounded by good fragrances, by burning incense, and notably vinegar and sulfur. But they also advise not to leave the house during cholera epidemic, except for urgent reasons. If they leave, they must wash their face and hands with vinegar and rose water. This text combines the contagionist and environmentalist understanding of the disease. Both existed to some extent in traditional Jewish medical thought, but we can see here the entrance of scientific medicine. While Ottoman health officers used sulfur as disinfectant, sometimes by fumigation, the Jewish text used the practice of burning incense that was very accepted in the Jewish community to translate this measure to the readers. The understanding that filthy hands might communicate the disease and needed to be cleaned with vinegar demonstrate the developments and nuance in the traditional understanding of methods of contagion. The author used both medical and religious explanation for his advice. For example, their argument for maintaining a strictly clean house is that filth contains microbes, which causes disease, indicating to Koch's discoveries. The text warns that during cholera, the house must be kept extremely clean because of the microbe. But the scientific understanding of the disease is not exclusive at this point, and does not replace the traditional understanding of sickness and its connection to the soul, and not only to the body. The author therefore emphasizes that uncleanliness and especially bad odors weaken the soul and thus makes people more susceptible to the disease. Since the safekeeping of the soul is crucial for the healing of the body, the book recommends repentance and studying Bible and prescribes the saying of the devil's name. It also warns that emotions might weaken the body. People, therefore, need to try and be cheerful even by drinking liquor. While we can see several logics operating simultaneously, the importance of the medical argument is demonstrated by the discussion by rabbis and students whether to allow the breaking of the Yom Kippur fast, one of the most sacred days in the Jewish calendar, as to not weaken the body and expose it to cholera. So in conclusion, by focusing on the 89 cholera outbreak in Iraq, I made the following arguments. First, I have shown that while the history of cholera highlights figures such as Snow and Proust, cholera research was actually performed by global networks of knowledge. The indispensable contribution of non-European doctors, institutions, and patients to the understanding of cholera was partially ignored. Second, I demonstrate that practices used by Ottoman doctors at that time to show how they understood the disease. During the 89 cholera, the bacteriologic paradigm was not yet dominant, and Ottoman doctors used competing theories to understand the disease. Finally, I showed that biomedical knowledge had reached non-expert communities who combined traditional understanding of disease with scientific ones. I'll be happy to hear your thoughts and suggestions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nita. So we're taking questions for 10 minutes. If someone starts. If possible, specific questions in relation to the paper. Iris.
You highlighted the international connections, but then also give the Jewish community as an example that stood out for being more advanced or more closer to addressing them, which is, it seems like a domestic difference between different parts of the community. So how do you have an explanation for that?
Thank you for the question. I think that I gave this example because I think it's also very interesting to ask about ordinary people. I gave the Jewish community as an example just because in Baghdad and Iraq during that time there was not really a lot of press, so it's more difficult to find sources from the bottom there. So the Jewish community opened the printing house, and then in 1904 they published this book. So I could find this example to give, but I don't think that it's disconnected from the space of the Arabic provinces of the Ottoman Empire, because I'm writing also about Beirut. And there was a lot of printing there and a lot of intellectual communities. So I did have the opportunity to read stuff that echo the same logics of the Jewish community, and I think that debates going on in this space of different communities show that it was not something unique to Jewish communities. The gradual process of using traditional logic of sickness together with new one, modern one. So I hope it answers your questions.
If I may add something before, I found this combination, this use, for example, of religion to introduce like scientific ideas and concepts. For example, in North Africa, with vaccination. So, for example, like popular religion in North Africa believed that there were some saintly figures that cure by touch. So if you use these figures to vaccinate you, then they were touching you and they were curing you. So that was a strategy to promote vaccination. So I found also this combination of religion and science for this purpose. So Mateus.
So thank you very much. Sorry. So thank you very much, Nita. I think it was a very nice presentation, and I was curious to know a little bit more about the historiography of cholera in the Ottoman Empire. If you can summarize it to us in 1 minute, and how your research dialogues with that and also challenge these kind of mainstream approach about cholera in the Ottoman Empire. Thank you.
So when I first got into this subject of cholera, I read and encountered a lot of biographies of cholera in mostly European countries, and then not only, but in the West. So we talked already about Charles Rosenberg, and there is about Napoli and Paris and a lot of other locations. And about the Ottoman empires, there isn't really a thorough examination of this specific disease and epidemic in this area of the world. Of course, there is scholarly literature about cholera. Some of it concentrates on, like I said, about strategic relations between countries, and specifically because the political situation in the 19th century, where different European countries were trying to go inside Ottoman territories and to establish their interests there. So epidemics and diseases, and cholera specifically, was important in this regard. So there is literature about that. There is also discussion about, because many Europeans were visiting Ottoman territories even before the 19th century, often describe Ottoman or Muslim territories to be very filthy and sick. So about this, so there is also scholarship about this view of the East and the dirty East, the filthy East, and Orientalism that is expressed by medical means. And also there is some local examination of cholera, mostly in Istanbul and Egypt, that were centers, the capital of course, and Egypt under Muhammad Ali, and his advancement of public health there. So this is the existing historiography, and I would like really to give this biography of cholera in the Ottoman Empire. And I think that because I chose different outbreaks, I didn't mention it, but I'm starting in 1865, and I finish at the Balkan Wars, which was in 1913. So I want to see the advancement over time, and to make history of that process of how Ottomans understood cholera, what was their policy, and also, if I will be able to do it, to see how non-experts, how people living in the city understood cholera and what effects it had on social history, which is something that really interests me, and I couldn't talk about in this short presentation. But in Baghdad specifically, there was a major explosion between communities based on this outbreak. So it's very interesting, I think.
One last question. Celia?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I just had a question about the circulation of knowledge on the different cities you talk about in the presentation, the Ottoman cities. Can you say something about that?
Yeah, sure. So cholera began in the east, the west, in the south of Iraq. And it was more like tribal territories where you had a lot of Bedouins and some small settlements. And the health officers, the employees of the Ottoman health ministry were mostly on the provinces, on the big cities, which were Baghdad, Mosul, and Basra. So in the beginning, the local doctors that were there were probably less trained, they had less experience with the disease, because also they didn't see it for 20 years, so probably most of their lives, or maybe they heard about it but didn't encounter it. So I think that the doctors that went to these more professional schools and in later years had more knowledge about the germ theory and these global debates going on about cholera, so they could quickly try to handle the situation and to stop the spread of the disease.
Okay, thank you very much, Neka. So we're moving on to the second paper of the session by Shiori Nosaka. She's a PhD candidate at the Ecology of Paris, where she's finishing her PhD on bacteriology, modernization and nationalism in Japan, the periods 1880-1931, under the supervision of Jean-Paul Gaultier and Bernard Thomas. So she will be presenting a paper with the title Making an Epicenter, Construction of East Asia in the Control of Pandemics.
So thank you very much for the organizers for organizing this wonderful spring school. I'm really glad to present my research here today. So this paper aims to describe how the conception of East Asia, particularly China, was constructed as a target for pandemic control between 1882 and 1925 by analyzing Japanese discourses in national, regional, and international discussions of maritime quarantine. So the question is why this period and why Japan? So the question about the period, because this period is characterized by the transformation of the understanding of pandemics. According to Javier, here present, while the understanding of pandemics before the beginning of the 20th century was dominated by cholera and plague, the appearance of airborne pandemics in the 1910s generated a new epidemiological situation and transformed the understanding of pandemics. This paper will analyze how the transformation of epidemiological understanding of pandemic diseases, particularly their mode of transmission, was integrated into disease control practices and how it was intertwined with the geopolitical and social circumstances of East Asia. And my focus on Japan is explained by its role in establishing international health in East Asia. So historians like Huber and Schifolo show that the international public health in the second half of the 19th century was Eurocentric and focused on controlling the movement of Muslim pilgrims from the Middle East to Europe. So we can see that the international public debates of this period were really relying on the image of this picture. So the spread of cholera from Bengali, India to the western part of the world. However, as this picture shows, cholera was also endemic within East Asia. And just for information, these two pictures were both prepared by Western doctors. So since the turn of the century, Asian and American actors began to become involved in international health decision-makings. So this shift is attributed to Japan, which was often attributed to Japan, which was expanding its imperialism throughout East Asia and its influence in international institutions. So taking this point into account, I think the analysis of Japanese point of view will reveal a part of the construction of public health in East Asia. So my paper will explore the Japanese international status and imperialism, but also how its epidemic experiences constructed their attention to East Asia and how they shaped knowledge and practice on disease control. So this paper will first trace back to 1882, when Japan began its institutionalized maritime quarantine practices against cholera and plague on its border, which led to locating the epicenter outside of Japan in China. Just in this presentation, I use this word epicenter not to indicate exclusively the origin of cholera, but more in the sense of endemic places. So second, the paper will deal with the international and regional discussions on pandemic control, including influenza. Finally, the paper will focus on one of the Japanese interventions in the Manchurian plague epidemic of 1910-11, which I consider was a key moment of the transformation that I will describe in the earlier parts of the presentation. And for this presentation, I use mainly the Japanese diplomatic sources. So I move on the first part. In 1882, the Japanese government began medical inspection of ships from cholera-infected ports and plague also since 1894 as the main measure of its border health control. The Japanese were not able to implement this measure freely since the presence of an endemic in the port of origin had to be officially and internationally declared by the local authorities of the port city, so that the Japanese government could give the order to inspect ships from the infected port. Throughout the 1880s and 1890s, the Central Health Board of the Japanese Home Ministry questioned this system, considering that the long process of official recognition to be disconnected from the reality of the rapidly spreading epidemics, and then considering that the system was likely to fail in controlling disease at the border. This doubt led Japan to fight to formalize its own inspection system in order to conduct medical inspections independently. Diplomatic negotiations with other states for this reform lasted nearly 20 years. This lapse of time was due to the transformation of the geopolitical situation in East Asia, as well as the attainment of a new sovereign state status for Japan. So in 1899, a new law on the maritime quarantine was enacted to allow Japan to practice independent sanitary control at its borders. While the basis of the border inspection was based on the understanding of cholera not as a local endemic disease, but as a disease of foreign origin, cholera outbreaks were observed quite frequently on Japanese territory during this period. So it raised a hypothesis according to which cholera became maybe an endemic in Japan, which was a negative thing for Japanese authorities. So to reject this hypothesis and to confirm the foreign nature of cholera, a scientific committee was formed within the Central Health Board in 1890 to conduct a scientific investigation. So I don't have enough time to go through the detail of this report, but so I say just this resulting report provided a scientific basis for understanding cholera as a foreign disease, and then for considering Japan as a endemic place. So what is important here is that in this 1890 report, the Chinese ports are presented as the source of the spread for most cholera epidemics in Japan. This conception of endemic China is limited to the Japanese context, since the very origin of cholera was associated to the Bengal region of India. Nevertheless, the epidemiological and geographical circumstances led the Japanese to consider the Chinese ports as the object of control with special attention. Since then, under Japanese border control, the Chinese ports were no longer treated individually but collectively. So, Japanese sought to control all ships from any Chinese port, even when, for example, when an epidemic was observed in Hong Kong, so in the southern part of China, the Japanese authorities to try to control also ships which were coming from Darling or Tianjin, which are in the northern part of China. And this trend was quite reinforced by the spread of the third pandemic plague in 1894 from Hong Kong. So in this first section, I try to show how Japan constructed the image of cholera and pandemics, and how they try to place and situated China in this picture. So now I move on international and regional scenes to see how Japan interacted with these actors, especially regarding a new epidemiological situation. So from the beginning of the 20th century, in order to make its independent border control more effective, the Japanese authorities sought to collect epidemiological data of foreign ports in East Asia and the Pacific. Then, throughout the two first decades of the century, Japan developed its own communication network to collect this information through epidemiological surveillance. So this is what you see in this slide on the left side. So we can see that mainly the Japanese epidemiological surveillance points are concentrated in China, but also we can see some points in Southeast Asia, and also in India, in Australia, and also in Hawaii that we hardly see in the picture. And at the same time, the creation of an international system for the circulation of epidemiological information was also encouraged by the newly established international institutions. The Office International d'Hygiène Publique, hereafter the Office, was created in 1907 to collect notifications of infectious diseases and to review international sanitary conventions. This led to the agreement on a new international sanitary convention in 1912. However, Japanese actors stayed away from the office and did not ratify the 1912 convention, considering that these agreements only reflected the interests of the European states. Meanwhile, a network called the Far Eastern Association of Tropical Medicine was established in 1910 by colonial states of East Asia to discuss the scientific grounds of disease control measures and sanitary regulations. So it held annual conferences to concretize the special needs of East Asia in terms of epidemic control, to lobby international organizations, and finally to emphasize the particularity of East Asia in the new International Sanitary Convention of 1926. So while at the beginning of the century, epidemiological surveillance was targeted at all the pandemics, so cholera, plague, and also yellow fever, the 1926 convention emphasized its usefulness in controlling a new pandemic, influenza. So at the International Sanitary Conference held for the 1926 convention, pandemic influenza was discussed as a disease that was spreading so rapidly that it rendered the international prevention measures, namely border sanitary control, ineffective. For this reason, the regular exchange of epidemiological information was proposed as an appropriate way to prepare states to combat the disease. In this way, the 1926 convention put forward epidemiological surveillance as an appropriate and universal measure for influenza. On the other hand, in the same convention, the particularity of East Asia was associated to the lack of hygienic facilities in most Asian ports, which led to the requirement of classification of ports according to hygienic standards. In this respect, we can understand that the particularity of East Asia was expressed in the context of waterborne and vector-borne pandemics, for which sanitary conditions were considered essential. For this point, the historian Rosenberg pointed out that the quest for cleanness generated the image of Chinese soil and people as lacking with Western-defined standards of hygiene. And we can understand that the 1926 convention did not particularly associate the East Asian context to the new pandemic framework, but to the old one in terms of hygienic conditions. However, in the aftermath of the influenza pandemic, this disease had been considered as at the Far Eastern Association of Tropical Medicine as a phenomenon specific to the East Asian region due to a social condition peculiar to Asia and especially China. In January 1922, at a meeting of delegates from East Asian colonial states held in Batavia, it was emphasized that the authorities in this region should take a special sanitary measure concerning the spread of influenza because some epidemiological studies have shown that the transportation of coolies in a narrow space facilitated the spread of the disease. So here, we don't have the details about the ethnicity of coolies, so I don't know if they were Indian, Chinese, or Malay coolies, but it was just indicated as coolies. So the important thing here is that the intrahuman airborne transmission of influenza was linked to this situation of Asia, China, around China, where the expansion of imperialism relied on the labor force of these low-class circulating workers, whose working conditions facilitated the spread of the disease in the colonial space. So in this last section of my paper, I will focus on the Manchurian plague epidemic of 1910-11, in which one of the Japanese plague control measures constructed the same epidemiological and social understanding of the epidemic control in China. I think it is a key moment in the transformation that I just described. Yeah. So the plague outbreak, which appeared in Manchuria from October 1910 to April 1911, was characterized by its clinical character, a pneumonic form, by its high mortality, and by its intrahuman transmission by air. These characteristics were already discovered in the end of the 19th century, and it were identified at the beginning of this Manchurian epidemic. In January 1911, since the number of patients continued to increase in Manchuria, the authorities in China decided to put in quarantine for several days all ships coming from Dairen, a Chinese port city situated in Manchuria. So this is a quotation from letter of a British Chinese man of customer service who wrote this letter to Japanese authorities, and he says, I quote, "The inspection is almost useless owing to the peculiar characteristics of this pneumonic pest. As Dairen was an essential port for the Japanese colonial government in Manchuria, this action made by the Chinese authorities raised an economic problem." But in March, as the epidemic began to decline, the quarantine measure was relaxed. At an international meeting held in Shanghai on the prevention of pneumonic plague, it was proposed that ships from Dairen could be exempt from quarantine if their passengers were medically observed before embarkation for 5 days, which corresponds to the incubation period of pneumonic plague. This method, the observation of passengers before embarkment, was a good compromise for the Japanese colonial authorities to facilitate ship transports. On the other hand, it required a special institutional arrangement because the main passengers on Japanese ship connections from Dairen were several thousands of Manchurian coolies whose whom the Japanese authorities transferred for their imperial enterprise in China. In order to implement the medical observation of Manchurian workers, the Japanese consulates in China met together to discuss its feasibility. So they planned to construct a building near Dairen, which would be capable of receiving 1,000 or 2,000 coolies simultaneously. And that was, I quote, in order to import coolies indispensable for the colonial enterprises and to manage both disease prevention and economic interests. So, it is not clear from the material I have consulted whether this building was eventually built or not, but it is important to note that a new epidemiological situation here reveals the social structure of China, where Japanese and Chinese authorities agreed on disease control for the transformation of the humanized workers. So the Chinese authorities agreed on these measures. It was the letter I found in the Japanese diplomatic sources. So I move on my conclusion. So my presentation described how East Asia, particularly China, was constructed as a target for pandemic control in and through the Japanese perspective compared to that of international institutions. At first, the Chinese ports became an object of control because their epidemiological and geographical circumstances were problematized as an endemic risk for Japan. Through this process, the Chinese ports came to be seen as an entity that should be treated altogether in Japanese disease control. Then, the epidemiological transformation and intensified colonization of China gave birth to a different target of disease control. Mainly Manchurian coolies embodied the risk of the spread of airborne disease pandemics. The making of these epidemic control targets reveals how this process involved epidemiological and geographical circumstances, but also pragmatic aspects of control measures, as well as social conditions of imperialism. The construction of East Asia as an epicenter is thus founded on an entanglement of these heterogeneous factors. So to conclude my presentation, I would like to make two last remarks. So first, while diseases were ideologically embodied in Chinese spaces and Chinese migrants in Western context in the early 20th century, as Christos Winters pointed out, my case study showed an example of material making of these racial and class categories in the control of airborne diseases. The fact that it appeared in national and regional contexts and not in the international context suggests that this materialization issue was embedded in the colonial context of East Asia. Second, the epidemiological and social making of disease control targets shows an alternative perspective to studies on tropical medicine in East Asia and its focus on climate. So further and future research could explore how ecological and social domains were linked in the epidemiological, bacteriological, and medical understanding of pandemics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. We have some questions. John?
for the case of China and for the case in Japan, in the making of all these products?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. So the implication of Western actors, I think in the Japanese, in the sources that I used for prepare my presentation, there are quite a few Western actors that I see, but especially after the 1882, it's mainly Japanese actors who were discussing about these measures, disease controls. But for the example of the international discussion about for example, for the international scientific conventions for 1926, there was a kind of collaborations between the League of Nations and also the Japanese bacteriologist whose name was Miyajima Mikinovsky, who were collaborating together to make some report to the League of Nations to explain what was situations were needed for East Asia, and it was called Far East and Far Eastern area. And it was from this report that it was pointed out that the special measures were needed to Asian ports because the hygienic conditions were not so improved as well as European ports. So the classification of Asian ports were needed in order to make disease control more effectively. So I think it's especially in this context that the Western doctors of the League of Nations and Japanese doctors were collaborated to make this proposition. But I think it was so this is the international thing, but on the other hand, there was also this regional thing which was represented by the Far Eastern Association of Tropical Medicine. And in this case, there are European and Western actors, but these doctors were mainly colonial doctors of East Asia. So, for example, Dutch Indies or India or British doctors who were working in China. So it was in this discussion of regional discussion of the Far East Association of Tropical Medicine that they made this proposition about influenza and police. So for this discussion, there was also the influence and the idea of Western doctors, and there were also Japanese doctors. I hope I answered your question.
Mateus? Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. The first one is, your opinion, to what degree the three causes of iteration that you wrote down in your presentation last slide is the real or the most important cause of that intervention? And then, in your opinion, if the creation of an international system was part of the creation of a more large international system to handle the conflicts between imperialist states and so on.
Could I ask again the second question? I was writing it down, and I didn't really get your second question. So that was about the creation of international system, about the imperialism. Could you say again your second question, please, if it's possible?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
The second one.
Sorry.
If you think, in your opinion, if the construction of a public international system to intervene in this situation was part of a strategic system of handling or managing the possible international crisis between different states, different imperialist nations, and so on. Because I was thinking about the OMS, the WHO, because in Italian and in French it's OMS. And I was thinking about OMS and its finance, and the reason, or not really a reason, statements of Trump, and he decided to don't give them money and so on. So I was thinking about the link between the present situation and how this system be part of a more large system to handle crises and so on.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I get it. I answer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your question. And so, for what is the most important factor, I can't say what is the most important of the three of these pragmatic, moral, or economic reasons, because I think the three of them really important, and maybe I can say that it depends on actors, on the situations in which these reasons came up. So, for example, in the case of the Japanese border control in the end of the 19th century, it's very pragmatic reason to prevent cholera entering Japanese territories, but also if it was in imperial context, of course there are more economic and moral reasons. So I think it's very. So my presentation was about nearly 15 years of time span. So there are a lot of actors and many situations. So I think in the end, there entanglement of these factors, these were interconnected, and finally these three factors became important in the same way, I think. And so in this way, they constructed the border control and this control as this way. So it's important for pragmatic reason and moral and also economic reasons. So for the second question, I think the place of Japan in the the First World War. First World War was important because Japan was a part of Allied associations. So before that, Japan was really important relation in terms of medical education with Germany. But this connection was interrupted completely during this war, the Great War. So this was because of this Japanese position that I think it gained an important place also within the League of Nations in the 1920s. So it was, So I think we can compare this situation with the situation after the Second World War, where Japan was in the side of the Italian region and these unions. So after that, Japan failed completely international status. So I think in this way I can situate the place and role of Japan in the border-centric control, for which the League of Nations was very important.
So, thank you very much, Sherry. So, sorry, there's no time for more questions, but we have a last presentation, which is recorded on video, so it's short, it's 10 minutes, and then we move on to the final discussion. So, the third and final paper is by Radhika Hegde. She's a lecturer of History of Medicine at St. John's Medical College in Bangalore, India, where she also acts as manager of the S.L. Bhatia History of Medicine Museum and Archives. So she has done research on this figure of Major General Bhatia, a distinguished Indian physiologist and army doctor, as well as more generally on the social history of medicine during the British colonial period. So she is presenting a paper on the influenza pandemic in Gore in 1918, looking back to look ahead. So I'm just playing the video. Okay, so we're not listening.
I thank the organizers.
Sorry, let's start again.
Good afternoon. I'm Radhika Hegde, a lecturer at the History of Medicine Department in St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. I thank the organizers, especially Outlook, for letting me video record my presentation. Today, I will be presenting my research paper on the 1918 influenza pandemic in the British province of Peru, looking back to look ahead. Peru, which is now a district in Karnataka, in southern parts of India, is a mountainous province in South India, bound by Prince Mysore state north and east. It came directly under the rule of the Commission of Mysore from 1834, when the reigning king led a rebellion against the British. Likened to the ways of England, the small province saw a lot of English settlers. You can actually see a code marked on the map. The red big dot gives the geographical location of the place. After the 1857 rebellion, and the Queen Victoria's proclamation that India would be governed by the British monarchy directly, India came to be ruled by the Britishers on one side, while the other many parts of India were ruled by the princely states. In Peru, a battalion could not be formed until the Second World War, but the group served in success with various units in Madras Army during the First World War. While the group in Mysore Volunteer Rifles had its headquarters in Mandarin, the capital of Peru, the soldiers from this territory were mostly drawn from the coffee planters. The abundance of good drinking water and the climate led to the starting of coffee plantations in various parts of the country in the 19th century. Thousands of acres of virgin forest were cut down to make place for coffee estates. This led to invitation of papers from neighboring parts of Madras Presidency, South Canada and Malabar to book. I would like to start with these questions in mind. Firstly, to what extent did the public health system during the early 20th century affect the ineffective management of influenza and plague? Did the limitation of food and the lack of resources contribute to the increased death rate? Secondly, how are the interventions during the pandemic similar or different to other British presidencies in India? How was the Mysore Presidency's state interventions, that was the neighboring state, different from the direct delivery of food intervention? And thirdly, how did the influenza epidemic and the deaths caused by it lay the foundation for understanding the infectious diseases? Through the presentation, I would like to answer these questions and see where this takes us. A prominent feature of the later report was that it was migratory nature. Small landholders from the neighboring districts temporarily moved to food plantations due to poverty and indebtedness that was caused due to inadequate support of the government for famine. The imperial government invested inadequately in public health, often citing lack of funds required for health interventions as resources, especially during the early parts of the 20th century. Although many of the writings in the book highlighted the benevolent nature of the British administration report and was provided a special status according to these reports, it is very interesting to note that there was negligence of establishment of basic facilities in the region, while the neighboring state of Mysore, ruled by native rulers, was actively involved in public health interventions, especially from the beginning of the 20th century. The candid nature of negligence of public health is well captured in the report of influenza in food that was published by the British medical officer in 1980, where he states the reason for establishing that the province of food lends admirably for scientific investigation. It is a home of malaria, dysentery, and other similar diseases, and goes on later to discuss the importance of sanitation and vaccination in rural areas to control the diseases. The first case of influenza in India was noticed in the mill workers of Bombay in June 1918, where they complained of high fever with headaches, chills, breathing problems, and general aches in the body. By December 1980, influenza had spread to the remotest parts of the country, causing unprecedented deaths, unlike any other in India. Multiple causes like poverty, famines, the onslaught caused by the recent bubonic plague of the 1890s, and the sudden surge of economic changes caused due to industrialization, the unsanitary living conditions of the people in rural areas, and the failing public health systems aggravated the influenza deaths and damaged the already fragile economic and social fabric of the country, causing almost 12 million deaths, that was unparalleled in its volume when compared to other disease deaths in India. During the pandemic, there was a failure of food crops like barley and paddy. Instead of regulating the inflation of the government of India provided special aid of rupees 5 lakhs, that is around $6,000, to the coffee growers. One sanitary inspector was assigned to inspect and provide medicines for some time in certain rural areas. Although a figure of 4,000 deaths are mentioned in the report caused due to influenza, curiously, in the tabular tables of the deaths, the administrative reports mentioned influenza under other figures. The causes of the disease in many of the reports published by the sanitary functions focused on ill-ventilated houses and insanitary living conditions that ignores malnutrition as a reason for high death rates. While the later report published on malnutrition in food in the 1940s by two Indians, Bombaya and Krishna, from the Nutrition Research Laboratories, highlight the high prevalence of malnutrition amongst the countries that had available incidence of infections, which is very noticeably absent in most of the administrative reports in the 1900s. The responses of the governments in the neighboring states. So basically, Princely Mysore, which was the neighboring state took a very active role, played a very active role during the influenza pandemic for the simple reason that their line of succession was at stake, and they wanted to appear to be, and they wanted to be relevant rulers. So they invested a lot in public health as well as in education. It was during the influenza pandemic that they played a very effective role in seeing to it that there was free distribution of essential items. They also undertook very stern measures to regulate the prices of the food grains. Weekly reports on deaths and possible measures on how to contain the disease was actively done by the Mysore government at that point in time. Another important development that we see during the 1918 plague, 1918 influenza across the country was the active engagement of the civilians and the other organizations in providing care to the people. In Bombay Presidency, which was again under the British government, the response of the government initially was very, very inadequate. But due to the active role that was played by the press in highlighting this inadequate role played by the government, in the later parts, the voluntary organizations as well as the government played a prominent role in providing. So the presentation today was a primary analysis of the documents that were accessible during the pandemic. The study of influenza further will focus on the aftermath of the pandemic of 1918 that in many ways highlighted the shortcomings of the British medical system. For instance, the British medical officers' interventions during the plague pandemic of 1899 completely failed to get the cooperation from the people, as the traditional medical practitioners were not made a part of the public health operations. While in 1918, the Mysore native government's interventions were more accessible and successful due to the active participation of the traditional medicine practitioners and the non-governmental organizations. Although the colonial government had various committees that reported the unhealthiness of the plantation laborers that would lead to unhealthy gardens, in turn affecting the economy of the plantation and income of the government, it was not until the Plantation Laborers Act of 1951 that provided some sort of protection for the laborers working in the plantations. Coming to the bacteriological research, elsewhere in India was aimed at understanding the disease and was discussed in the slide aimed at greater imperial research and its effect on the economy rather than on public health. In the later years, we see the imperial government making health a provincial subject that further led to the marginalization of health matters. The press in other parts of India raised pertinent questions and shaped the public opinion regarding health. This study will further focus on the trajectories of public health in food as well as inquire further into ruptures caused by influenza. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Radhika Hegde.
The effort to prepare the video, so she didn't join us by Zoom. So these have been the three papers. We cannot ask her specific questions about this one, the last one, on influenza in India. But then I would like to take like this final 20-25 minutes to start like a more general discussion. So you've seen here three different research papers, different localities, different questions that interest these young researchers. But I would like to frame the three a little bit more into where the general goals of the workshop. So just to justify a little bit why I selected these papers and why I told these researchers to maybe to focus on some particular problematics. So, as I said before, when I did the opening address, I was concerned with temporal patterns. And I think we should reflect about this in these last minutes, because I think we should think that in the history of pandemics, we have been told, for example, by Iris and Mark Honisbaum, we can see a number of patterns, and they have identified some social patterns, for example, and we have discussed in what ways medical history could be useful for the general public, and maybe transmitting this idea of the social patterns, of how inequalities condition the realities of epidemics and the responses to epidemics. That could be a useful side of medical history. But what I want to say to you in this workshop is we should think also about temporal patterns. And with these three papers, I was focusing on this shift and this transition that I commented between what I call the times of cholera to the times of influenza and the times of COVID that we may be entering now into. So these three papers, they were focusing on this specific shift that took place between the end of the 19th century and the early 20th century, between those times of cholera to those times of influenza. We see that this shift was global, and we have seen here 3 non-European locations where this shift was taking place. So that's like the general, the temporal pattern that I would like to reflect upon. But this is too general, so I would like to come down a little bit to what could be topics of discussion, and you can also participate, so it's open to everyone to try if you want to comment or make questions or debate about this thing. So if we take this shift from the times of cholera to times of influenza, so what questions we could ask, what specific aspects we could deepen our analysis. For example, we've seen a number of things that are in the papers. For example, one was the question of epicenters that was in the paper of Shiori. So we see here very clearly how we move from India as the epicenter of cholera in the 19th century, and then we are moving to construct China as the global epicenter of disease. First, it looks like it's going to be plague, and then during the 20th century, there's a number of influenza pandemics coming from China. So we see that always the construction of epicenters is a very problematic affair. So, and we have been through this also during the COVID pandemic. So, for example, from an epidemiological point of view, it was soon very clear that India was the epicenter of cholera. But when that was going to be translated into sanitary measures, that was problematic, and the British successfully prevented international intervention in India. So finally, the focus of cholera moved to the Muslim pilgrimage to Mecca, so it didn't focus in India. And there's a focus of tension in the international sanitary conferences in the 19th century. So we see that we're moving from India as epicenter to China in the late 19th, early 20th century, and we still have problems. And we see here a very interesting difference between the international opinion, which is reflected in the 1926 Sanitary Convention, which is still focusing on China as a source of cholera and plague. But instead, we see this Far Eastern Association of Tropical Medicine is putting the focus on influenza and on the circulation of curiles as a source of the disease, and putting the focus on the need of surveillance instead of border control, etc. So, I think this is an important point, that it's the question of constructing a territory or a given locality as an epicenter is always problematic, but in these papers we've seen a little bit a shift that is taking place at that moment, from the times of cholera to these times of influenza. Another thing that we could reflect upon is we're taking these diseases, for example, cholera and influenza, as a kind of defining diseases of an age. And of course, it doesn't mean that these diseases were the most relevant or the most important or the ones that kill most. And we can think, for example, that cholera killed a lot of people in the 19th century, but maybe tuberculosis killed more people, and malaria maybe killed more people than cholera in the 19th century. But in a way, there's these certain diseases that came as a defining feature of an age. Maybe we could reflect upon that. And it's always difficult how they start, and we can see here as well that for a moment at the late 19th century, it seems that plague is going to be the disease, but then it moves to influenza, so the Spanish influenza pandemic of 1918. So maybe we could reflect upon that. Another question. How medical innovations take time to develop. And we see here in Neta's paper, which is located in the 1880s, we see here how after decades of medical research, bacteriology has been produced as a discipline and is expanding throughout the world. But that has taken a lot of time, because the first cholera pandemic that shocked Western Europe was in 1830, so it has taken decades to produce a new discipline to fight the causal agent of cholera. So medical innovations take time, and for example, after the Spanish influenza pandemic of 1980, it takes also decades to finally have a genetic sequencing of the virus. That takes decades, that takes molecular biology, that takes a development of virology. So we can think that we have a lot of things about COVID that are uncertain, and we can tell people that this is not going to be solved despite the success of the vaccine, etc. Medical knowledge takes time, and we may require to develop a whole new discipline to understand what COVID is bringing to us. So, and that might take 40 years. So this is something that we could also reflect upon. And finally, so I don't want to extend too much, another very interesting thing with Neta's paper, we see here the triumph of bacteriology, but we see that even in this moment of triumph, when it began to expand in the world, there's still science and the scientific knowledge of infectious diseases is very confusing and heterogeneous. So you have miasmatic ideas that are still there, and you have like a mixture between contagious and miasmatic ideas. So you can never think of science as an homogeneous knowledge. It's always an heterogeneous mixture of things. And it's going to be. So even in this apparently triumphalist moment of bacteriology, still science is a very complex and heterogeneous mixture of things. But that's how science is, we could say. So when we, or Mark, spoke about following the science, science has its form and has its limitations, if you want. So there's always this mixture of things. So maybe we could tell people that science is like that. So it's not going to be a wonderful and magic solution. So these are ideas that I presented to you, and I think these papers illustrate a little bit this idea. So maybe, if you want, we can open a discussion. We have 15 minutes, and we can talk, or you can make questions, whatever you want. Yes, Mateus.
I think they don't need a microphone. Can you hear me?
Yeah. But
I think it's better like that.
No, better with the...
Oh, the microphone. Okay. Okay, I have a comment, so it's related to the question that
Can I ask the question? answer. So I was confusing. So yeah, thank you very much, Matthias, for your question. I think it's a very good question, a very good point. Yeah, so I'm aware of that, the fact that in my presentation I had to cut out animals and also scientific knowledge. So I was concentrating really on the disease control at the border. So about the role of animals, of course, for example, the Japanese scientists who are dying in China were talking about tarbagan, so the rodents of Manchuria, and also they were doing association between tarbagans in terms of transmission between tarbagans, humans, and also domestic rats. So these questions, I think this is very important continuities between pneumonic plague and the bubonic plague of the end of the 19th century. And I think the pneumonic plague of Manchurian pneumonic epidemic added some complexity to the understanding of plague, in the sense that they were not sure neither if pneumonic plague was the exactly same disease as the bubonic plague, because they identified the pneumonic bacillus, so in bacteriological sense it was the same disease, but it was in the discussion in the 1920s, I think, that it's after influenza. So for influenza, there was this discussion about if influenza was caused only by the bacillus of Pfeiffer, so the origin of the bacteriological origin that was to which the influenza was associated at that time, or it was because of the combination of several bacillus or other things. So the single explanation of diseases was at crisis in the 1920s. So the pneumonic plague was also understood in this framework. So on the one hand, there was this crisis of okay, so we identified plague bacillus in the case of pneumonic plague, but maybe it's different because it has completely clinical forms which are completely different from bubonic plague. And also there was discussion about rats and the transformation, because there was also discussion about the necessity of border controls against pneumonic plague, because if pneumonic plague was different diseases, and in that case maybe rats did not transmit the disease. So the border control about the deratization would be not necessary. But in 1925, discussion continued. So there are some actors who say that it's the same disease, so we have to apply the disease control of bubonic plague to pneumonic plague because the rats transmit the disease. But on the other hand, there are some ecological scholars who are trying to say that the pneumonic plague occurs only in cold weathers and cold climates. So maybe it's confined in Manchuria because of climate. So there are many factors which were discussed in the framework of the pneumonic plague. So I think my answer to your question is that about the role of animal and zoonotic paradigm is that I think at the moment of the 1925 it's still confusing, but now I think it's more in the 1930 or 40 and 50 1950s, mainly that the zoonosis became a kind of framework to think about infectious diseases. So in this moment, I think it's still heterogeneous, as Javier said. Yeah, so it was both understood in the framework of bacteriological understanding by the contagion, but also it was in part of ecological explanation of the infectious diseases, I think.
Right, shall I speak about the microphone? Yeah. Yeah, these are all really fascinating presentations. You remind me of lots of different themes in my own research. Testing. You hear me? I'll hold it. I just wanted to say that I think that when we're looking at different diseases or diseases in any context, we're always dealing with the interaction of local conditions that pertain in those particular geographical locales or disease reservoirs as they were thought of at the time. But at the same time, we're also looking at the role that different sciences play in making those diseases and the risks associated with those diseases visible as targets of public health interventions. So obviously that happens with plague and cholera in the 19th century. And as you point out, we see these battles between the miasmasis and the bacteriologists like Koch. And those disciplines, those sciences lead to different types of interventions. So in your talk was very noticeable that Koch, bacteriological view of cholera, leads to, we must quarantine disease bodies infected with cholera fever. What interests me about influenza is that in most locales, and I think we may have found an exception in the way that coolies, the bodies of coolies became targets of colonialism. What I found interesting about that is that that doesn't happen elsewhere in the world. In India, we see that despite the high death rates, there isn't really a residue of influenza. That's very quickly forgotten. That's very similar in the 1890s when the Russian influenza pandemic occurs. Although Koch's nephew, Pfeiffer, purports to identify the bacillus of influenza, it's never, it becomes a disputed finding, essentially. So bacteriology does not supplant miasmatic ideas of influenza in that period, in the way that bacteriology is becoming the dominant view of cholera and plague, albeit with the link of animal effects. But you found an exception, which is interesting because it raises the question to what extent racialized ideas about coolies overruled, if you like, the science underlying the understanding of these pathogens at the time. And I'm reminded also of the Russian influenza pandemic. So even though Pfeiffer is trying to say that this is a bacteria, it's still battling with these environmental and miasmatic ideas. Many English authorities in the 1890s blame the pandemic that supposedly started in Russia on China, and they talk about the flooding of the Yangtze River and all the diseased bodies of the Chinese, which become desiccated, and those fomites and particles rise up into the atmosphere and spread all around the world. So this is a very sort of long-winded way of saying that we're always dealing with these interactions of science with local views and different ideas of causation and transmission. When you talk about influenza, what is striking, and this also applies to COVID to a large extent, is that it's really epidemiology and this idea of the excess death rate that makes influenza visible as a target of public health, right? And it happens retrospectively largely. So it's not something that is a target for intervention at the time, but it becomes visible to science and public through retrospective statistical analysis of the excess death rate. And even today, when we have these genomic technologies, so you think these diseases only become really targeted interventions, aside from all the kind of racialized prejudices, when there are specific diagnostic tests and then interventions, whether that's a vaccine for cholera, vaccine for plague, or a vaccine for COVID-19 today. But with respiratory pathogens, it's always, I would argue that the dominant scientific discipline is epidemiology. And I think we're seeing that today. Right now, there's just a report that the World Health Organization is saying that there were 60 million excess deaths from COVID. And this is, reinforcing the idea that the pandemic isn't over, right? So even though we know that COVID is still circulating, we can do all these diagnostic tests, right? And we can measure the prevalence. It's the excess death rate that makes this a target of risk discourse of the pandemic concern. So that's not really a question, but a comment.
Maybe a last one, because we may miss the boat. So,
I'll be a little shorter, but I would like to put together some of these different interventions. So when you were talking about the animals, and you mentioned the time frame, that's important, and it takes a long time until information or knowledge gets established and information travels. And I think they're related in the sense that in the 20th century we have, and for lack of a better word, I would call this modernization, even though that's not a nice word. But what you see is that, as you mentioned before, information travels more quickly. You can also call this globalization if you want to. So whatever takes a long time in the 19th century, it still takes time in the 20th, but probably takes less time because there are more people working on something and more people interacting. There is more information traveling very quickly. But it is the same process, or at least this process has the same underlying drivers, let's put it drivers, that is shared by growing population and growing encroachments on what used to be like remote areas. And this is where your animals come in, because this is where you get more contact with animals, and in the case of COVID it was bats. But this is the driver of having more pandemics. So I think you mentioned that in your beginning, is that you have these concurrent and competing tendencies or developments, strands of, give me a better word, modernization or whatever, globalization of increasing the risks while also increasing the remedies. And depending on how you look at it, that can make you optimistic or pessimistic.
Maybe it's going to take too much time to. I don't know. Maybe we can discuss it later. Because it's 1934. I'm not sure if we are late for the boat. So, if you, I would love to talk. I know that we've thrown a lot of ideas to you today, but we can keep on discussing these 2 days if you don't mind. So we go back tomorrow. Okay.